Positive energy all the time. Here we go. Friday night. Gonna put the pedal to the metal. Good to see you, more power. Shira, Hawkeye, the beautiful and gorgeous Arnell. Space Time is here. Make sure you go follow me over on Facebook. Pharaoh said that. Rosterman, salute, salute. Original 4747. Always a pleasure. Here we go. The beautiful and gorgeous Mrs. Moore is here. Always looking good. The beautiful Kathy Wilson is here. The hardest working woman in Louisiana. Stefan is here. Kurt is here. Everybody's falling in. Hit that like button, share, subscribe. Mr. Redskin is here. What's going on, Quinn? My homie, basically my next door neighbor, Alexis, is here. She's a party animal right now. Alexis is outside, y'all. Cleveland, Ohio, in the building. So, I have been talking about reparations for a while. I felt like the Vegan Intel. Yeah, y'all go check out Vegan Intel. Definitely go check that out so you can stay focused on your health. It's really popping over there. Your package should be almost there, Kathy. Any day. So, yeah, I kind of slowed down on reparations because when you're pushing a campaign, especially when you're pushing it on social media, you have to see where everybody's attention is at. And with the election, people's attention and focus have been basically on the Trump and the election fiascos. So to me, it didn't make no sense to be wasting my time talking about reparations when nobody was really focused. It was real revealing as far as foundational Black America's political power that's rather weak nationally and getting weak locally. There's a total, there's a total lack of overstanding about politics. I mean, just don't understand anything about politics. It's basically social media voting. It was voting based on social media. A lot of the propaganda, Black Americans bought into it. You know, Black Americans bought into certain propaganda, which is bad. I think I'm gonna spend a lot of time, over the next 2 to 4 years, maybe trying to undo that the best I can. Uh, we shouldn't have let people categorize us like that. And so the internet generation and this generation, they are kind of lost. Um, have been basically brainwashed with the internet teachings that are totally wrong. So it's a little weird, okay? It was horrible. I think it was one of the most horrible election situations I've ever witnessed, especially because I could really see where everybody was at with social media. If it wasn't for social media, I wouldn't have knew that it was that bad. It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. Black people, I don't know why you bought into that. I, and for those that want to know what I mean bought into it, how did you buy into the Democrat Republican thing? Why did you buy into that? That's like total nonsense. You know, it haven't been decades of brainwashing. It's only been social media. This is brand new. This is brand new brainwashing. This stuff they saying, G-Rod, is brand new. Nobody ever, nobody ever did it. Even the president is brainwashed. He said, America's woke no more. Bro, woke. I just shake my head. I say, everybody's gone mad. So America was woke. So like transgender issues is woke. Like, when did transgender issues become woke? And what is woke? What is woke? Do you all know? This is going to be probably a long live stream, so relax. Do you all know what woke is? Go in the chat and tell me what woke is. Does anybody know what woke is? Be specific. What is woke? How did woke become this stuff? I've seen them do it with Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter was a saying after Trayvon and all of that. Then they made it a movement. And then you couldn't say Black Lives Matter because they affiliated it with the movement. This is the same thing they're doing with woke. They took woke, and you all, and not my subscribers, but just social media black people. You went for this hook, line, and sinker. Does anybody go in the chat and let me see what people think woke is? I need to take y'all's temperature and take the temperature of the society. Because DEI is not woke. There is no ideology associated with being woke. Okay? Just for my subscribers. Okay? There is no There is no, yeah, Teresa say, I think it's supposed to mean aware. Something like that, Teresa. Woke has no culture. Okay. There is no there is no culture of woke. And I might have to just do a whole live stream on woke, I think, so that people could see the title and come and do that. Because they won't know that's how we're gonna start tonight. But we are gonna get to the subject. But we gotta touch on this because this has a lot to do with reparations and everything. Conscious, conscious uh, Asiatic Supreme, kind of, because conscious also got all screwed around. Because conscious, there's two different conscious, and black consciousness came from South Africa from Steve Biko, and that was when he was aware of what's going on with the oppression of black people. So that was black consciousness. And so when we started using it in America in the 80s, we just took the black off and just said conscious, but we meant black conscious, meaning aware of what's going on. Then it became the conscious community around the internet era. See the internet with Sarnetta and them. And then the conscious community included religious ideologies, which so it was no longer black consciousness, it was the conscious community, which what the hell is that? So right then, that's when we start sliding into woke. Once there was no clear definition of conscious, because conscious is based on subject matter. Conscious is not a total. That's why it's black consciousness. If you're eating right, you're conscious of how you eat. That don't mean you're conscious of everything. It just means you're conscious of what's in the food. So consciousness has to go in a category. Conscious of what? You can't just be conscious. That's why we had black consciousness. And the way you use conscious is I eat right and I'm conscious of what I'm eating. Or I'm dating and I'm conscious about not sleeping around. Right? So consciousness is not just open like that. Now, woke was right off the top not able to be defined. Because the same thing, woke meant that you're aware, but aware of what? And so if you become aware of, let's say, chemicals in the food, you're not woke. You're aware and woke towards chemicals in the food, but you might not know what's going on financially. You might not know what's going on with the mark of the beast. You might not know what you know. So you can't just say you're woke like you or know everything what's going on. And so the president got up there and said, America's woke no more. America never was woke. Like I was tripping. Like woke no more. Bro, if America was woke, you wouldn't be president. like really, dude, if America was woke, they would know you can't read well. They would know you're a scam artist. And they would know if they wanted to vote on you was because you was going to probably put some people around you and try to maybe do something economically as a businessman. But they never would have looked at you as being smart with military and the environment and all that. Like he needs a job just with business. Because he's the kind of guy that could get some money with business, but he's the kind of moron that you'll lose. He'll help you get $10 billion over here and make you lose $100 billion over there. I don't swear to God, say, do y'all know this guy is a failed businessman? But whatever. So how are you woke when you don't know this guy is a 5-time loser and always is broke? And it's like he's going to bring the money. It's like he doesn't make money. The guy is a con man, but okay. So that's a little crazy. But my thing is this with the presidency. Hey, I'm sticking to the old rules. Whoever you vote for, that's your business. It's not for me to trash you. You vote for this one, they vote for that one. It is what it is. But I had to talk about this because this was horrible. People were intruding on others' rights to pick who they wanted to vote for. And so if you wanted to vote for Trump, people thought they could intrude your decision. If you wanted to vote for Harris and you was pushing Harris, people got all out their body and thought that they had the right to question another adult about their decision. I had a lot of people doing me like that. That was weird. And it was also low intelligence because I kept saying, I'm just going to show y'all what campaigning is like. And then people, I had to say that like 1,000 times, like, I'm just showing you what campaigning is like. That was a failed experiment because nobody seen it. Right? So that was crazy. So now we have this situation where reparations are still on the table. We're still trying to push reparations, but not so much. You say, I like the momentum right now, far as business and ownership mindset. I mean, Byron, honestly, this is the worst time ever for business and ownership because this is why I get back to woke or conscious because the people are not conscious of the fact that they're trying to take us into a cashless society, which will be horrible for business. And so that's why I step back a lot of times. Business is going to be at an all-time low, and only the big wigs are going to be in business because you're not going to be able to open a store and have a clerk in there ringing up your problems. You're going to have to buy the machinery to do the transactions. Now, somebody said, I thought you wasn't rocking with Trump. Crazy. Did I? You see what I'm saying? And I can even respond to that because I don't see where I said anything. Anybody hear me say I'm rocking with Trump? And I campaigned for Harris the whole time. Like, what? Okay. You see what I'm talking about? Look at this. This is what I got to go through. He said, I thought you wasn't rocking with Trump. And what changed your mind about that exactly? What? Are you trolling? I think you're trolling. I think this person is trolling. You see, ask me one question, now another question. I think oh yeah, you always, yeah, you're a little strange. I mean, if I'm gonna try to give you a break, but if you continue to be strange, I got it every time. I don't know what's up with you. Ask me one question and another question doesn't stick with the first question they asked me. I don't know what's up. Mods, watch him. If he gets annoying, do what you do. Okay, I can't. I can't. And so, going back to the person that said business, this is why I just stay out the way, because business is at an all-time. Business is at stake right now because you're not going to be able to have a small business. They're going to almost wipe small businesses out. They're almost wiping the big businesses out because everything's going to be delivery. And it might be to the point where your store will have to be on Amazon. Like if you go on Amazon and order stuff, they have their store on Amazon. And so delivery is wiping out you going to the store. It's a whole nother story for another day. Because Trump, let me tell you young people something. Y'all got to listen. You ever see how many times I come over here and people call me old? And some of the people that think I'm old voted for Trump, and he's 80. Y'all got to stop voting for these old people and start voting for some young people, because those people are outdated and easily manipulated because they don't know what's going on. Trump cannot keep up with Elon, and he can't. Elon's going to run rings around him. Trust me. Elon is playing him like a fiddle because Trump is outdated. He's too old. He doesn't know what he's doing. But maybe he can do something. So I just have to wait and see. And this is why I haven't been talking about reparations, because the focus is not there. The focus is all over the place. And I didn't want to be out there beating a drum out in the forest with nobody around to hear it. You see what I'm saying? So that's why you haven't seen me talk about reparations, because when I looked out there and I seen a lot of the people in the reparations movement, and I seen how they got all off subject and how they was all out their bodies and how they was pushing a certain political situation that don't match reparations. I'm just going to keep it real. So I said, the whole plan of attack wasn't right. You know what I'm saying? And so I had to shut down my reparations movement early when I shut it down like about a week before the convention came to Chicago. Maybe 2 weeks. I shut it down because what I was planning to do, I seen right then, oh, this is not going to work. Because I can't apply no pressure by myself. And the community ain't there. When it comes to reparations, we had a lot of fakes that's just on social media, just saying reparations, but it wasn't really in their heart. They just want to be in the in crowd while it's a hot conversation. But they really wasn't for reparations like that. Okay? Okay? They wasn't into it like that. So I had to wait till I could try to get some people to pay attention. Those of us that's hardcore, we never fell off when it comes to reparations. We just didn't waste time. With situations with people that wasn't focused. That's all. We still been on our square 100%. So I've still been working it. I just haven't been working those that's not interested. I just been targeting those that's with it. I've been trying to push to the general public. As you can see, our Twitter, our TikTok account, Pay Blacks. Go follow Pay Blacks. You can see 15,000 followers, 121,000 likes, and a whole bunch of information over there. When I say a bunch of information, I mean a bunch of information. So we've been on our square, as you can see. I've still been posting constantly. You see? Daily. I've been posting everything concerning reparations. Okay? I just didn't waste my time. You see these views, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 16, 17. You see? I just didn't waste time. I went to the audience that was about that. And I didn't waste time trying to convert people that's not focused. Because when you got a movement like this, you could just go get a headquarters and everybody's with the movement to come to you. So reparations didn't die down for us hardcore people. We still pushing the line. You see all these videos I post constantly, 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 constantly. You could just look at the numbers. How many videos you see, and you can see the numbers going up. You see when I was in the 800s and the 600s, and you understand how we just kept pushing and building. It's so many videos it won't even keep going down, so it won't even show. It's not even showing out of it. Won't move anymore, but it's too many to show you. So no, the reparations movement is strong with those that's in it. It's only died down to those that wasn't really never with it. And so we had to circle the wagons and push to those that are with it. And on this internet, these numbers are not right. So these numbers are not right. Some kind of way, it won't show the app good. Right? I don't know who Jason Black is, and I'm listening to Jason Black, and Jason Black don't know what he's talking about. Because for Jason Black to say it sounds like begging, Jason Black don't know what he's talking about. So you're getting the wrong information. Because if somebody, you can never beg for something somebody owe you. Begging, if you got $500 and I keep asking you to give me $200, that's begging. But if you owe me $200 and I keep asking you for my $200, that's not begging. And so Jason Black, you can tell him Pharaoh said he's bad for the movement. He should stand down. Because how are you begging for what's yours? Begging has always been asking somebody else for something. So Jason is a fraud. Jason is a fraud. Jason is not a leader of reparations. He's not that intelligent because you cannot beg for a debt owed. So let me ask you something. When your phone bill is due and the phone company keeps sending you messages to pay your bill, are they begging? I'm confused. When you keep getting bills that you owe, are they begging you? Because I'm totally confused. Because I thought begging was asking somebody for their stuff. And reparations is a debt owed. How could you beg for a debt that's owed? Okay? So, Jason, this is what I'm saying. People like that are in the way. They're in the way. He shouldn't be talking. He should just sit down and let the professionals handle this. He should get out the way, like a Ludacris song. He's not cut out for this. He's not really for reparations. Jason Black has been using reparations for attention. And now that he's not getting no attention, he's like, well, I don't want to talk about it like that because it's not hot no more. As far as he thinks, because he's not in the movement. That's all it is. He's not intelligent. He's not intelligent. He doesn't understand what's going on. He has no respect for all his ancestors that have been cheated. And he thinks he's begging because he's asking for what his ancestors have been cheated out of. So he's just not that. That's it. He shouldn't be talking. He just shouldn't be talking. He's not a leader for reparations. He's just some dude. And that's the problem with social media. Too many people are talking in a leadership role that don't have leadership skills. Because anytime you're trying to get something, you never speak against something you're trying to get. You don't never shoot your own movement in the foot. Okay? Now that same guy, if he's on YouTube and he's talking about somebody begging, is probably constantly asking for donations. And asking for donations is not begging. Asking for donations is asking for donations for some particular cause or to help what you're trying to do. So if the Girl Scouts come to your house trying to sell cookies, they're not begging. They're trying to raise money. And then begging is not a bad thing because there's homeless people out here and they be asking you for, they be begging. And so when you look down on beggars, something's wrong with you too. Because you should have love and compassion for people that's in the position to have to beg. I have people begging me all the time because they're homeless, because they got a bad situation. I don't mind. I don't look bad at that. So even to look bad on begging shows a lack of comprehension skills. Because begging for what? Some people begging out of necessity. And when you get hungry enough out here on these streets because you're homeless, you'll start asking too. Because how could you hate on begging on one hand, but on the other end, we say a closed mouth don't get fed. The Bible say, ask and it shall be given to you. Right? So when people start calling it begging, these is insults. He's trying to insult. See what I'm saying? Which wouldn't go good with me because I'm asking for reparations. So if he says begging, I'm going to be like, so you saying I'm begging? And see, it'd be smoke right there, right there. That's why I don't do no lot of socialize because I'll take that. So you trying to say I'm begging? See what I'm saying? What you trying to say? Then I'm going to start insulting them. I don't want to know your last name because I don't believe your last name is black. I believe you got a slave name and all that. I'm going to start going. See what I'm saying? So I wouldn't listen to dude. Dude need to stand down and get out the way and let the professionals handle reparations. He shouldn't be speaking like he got leadership qualities because he don't. Okay? And so what we're talking about tonight, though, is the Republicans should give us reparations. When you pushing a movement, you don't be giving nobody no pass. We want reparations, period. It's not like we want reparations if Biden in there, or we only want reparations if Harris in there. Man, we want reparations, period. We don't care who in there. We don't care nothing because Trump in there. It's still the same thing. Run the bread. Ain't none of this, oh, Trump in there. What? They have cheated our people since the Emancipation Proclamation. We've been trying to get what's owed to us. And now you want to chump out? All your ancestors was pushing for it when they could. They didn't have social media. So they knew they wasn't able to gather people nationally. So they just concentrated on working and things like that. But we've been blessed with social media. We've been blessed with the opportunity to rally the troops worldwide. Why wouldn't we take advantage of that? We've marched in cities when we can get people to rally in cities. And now I can get on YouTube and talk to people all over the world, all across the country. Why wouldn't I push harder now than ever before when we have social media, when we have a way to reach each other? So let me break down what my conversation is about. This is Lincoln and this is Sherman. And Sherman is a very interesting person. Let's look into it. Now, we have been taught in school that the source of the policy of 40 acres and a mule was Union General William T. Sherman Special Field Order Number 15, issued on January 16, 1865. That account is half right. Sherman prescribed the 40 acres in that order, but not the mule. The mule would come later. But what many accounts leave out is that this idea for massive land redistribution actually was a result of a discussion that Sherman had and Secretary of War Edwin Stanton. Edwin M. Stanton held 4 days before Sherman issued the order with 20 leaders of the black community in Savannah, Georgia, where Sherman was headquartered following his famous march to the sea. The meeting was unprecedented in American history because this white dude met with these 20 black leaders way back then. Today, we commonly use the phrase 40 acres and a mule, but few of us have read the order itself. 3 of its parts are relevant here. Section 1 bears repeating in full: the islands from Charleston south, the abandoned rice field along the rivers for 30 miles back from the sea, and the country bordering the St. Johns River, Florida, are reserved and set apart for the settlement of the Negroes, now made free by act of war and the proclamation of the President of the United States. Section 2 specified that these new communities, moreover, would be governed entirely by black people themselves on the islands and in the settlements hereafter to be established. No white person, whatever, unless military officers and soldiers detailed for duty, will be permitted to reside. And the sole and exclusive management of affairs will be left to the freed people themselves. By the laws of war and orders of the President of the United States, the Negro is free and must be dealt with as such. Finally, Section 3 specifies the allocation of land. Each family shall have a plot of not more than 40 acres, not more than 40 acres. So it wasn't necessarily 40 acres, but that was the limit of tillable ground. And when it borders on some water channel with not more than 800 feet of waterfront, in the possession of which land the military authorities will afford them protection until such time as they can protect themselves or until Congress shall regulate their title. With this order, 400,000 acres of land, a strip of coastline stretching from Charleston, South Carolina, to the St. Johns River in Florida, including Georgia's Sea Island, and the mainland 30 miles in from the coast, as Barton Myers reports, would be redistributed to the newly freed slaves. The extent of this order and its larger implications are mind-boggling, actually. Okay? So, it was this man, Edward Stanton, that really met with the blacks to really help orchestrate this stuff. And Williams met with Edwin, and that's how William came back with the whole situation. This was the man that really put in the most input because he was dealing with black people already. Okay? So this man right here was dealing with black people already heavily. And he was the one that helped give him suggestions on how to redistribute the land and how to deal with black people fairly. This information was taken back to Lincoln. And this is how that whole thing unfolded. So Sherman gets a lot of credit, but Edward Williams not getting no credit like he should. He's not getting the credit that he should get because he was really the one that really wanted to make sure we was doing better. Williams was just following orders from the president. Okay? Some real history for you. Not no make-believe stuff. This is real history. Okay? So this had a lot to do with the entire situation. Then they unalived Lincoln and took all the land back. They had been already distributing land. This is what a lot of people don't understand. They had already distributed land. Okay? The land is yours already and was taken illegally. Right? Right? The land, you got to go to Patreon. A lot of my videos is gone. You have to realize that the land was yours already. The land was yours. It belonged to you. Then they took it. So you're not totally asking for something you didn't get. They hadn't finished distributing. So we're asking for what they took and what they didn't finish distributing. We're not begging. This was already declared by the President of the United States of America. This is what a lot of people don't understand. The President of the United States of America already gave you the land. He was unalive, and then the land was illegally taken from you. The land wasn't taken from you legitimately. The land was illegally taken. So it's ours. That land is ours. By all laws around the world, that land would be considered ours. Not only that, people would go to prison, right? People would go to prison for the murder of Lincoln. Now, it says up to 40 acres, Henderson, not 40 acres. It says up to and not more than 40 acres. Okay? So it's not 40 acres. All right? It's not 40 acres. See? Finally, Section 3 specifies each family shall have a lot of not more than 40 acres. So 40 acres were the maximum you can get. But you wasn't guaranteed 40 acres. That's why I want to come over and straighten this all out. Because they would have had to distribute it based on how many people they could have to distribute it to. And let's say they give everybody 40 acres and now everybody can't get land. Then they would have to break it down to 10 acres. They would have to break it down to whatever the amount of people going to get the land. They would have to divide that land up by that many people, and that's how many acres you would get. Think about it. If you got 10 acres and you got 2 kids, they're going to get 5 acres each. But if you got 10 acres and you got 5 kids, they only going to get 2 acres each. If you got 10 acres and you got 10 children, they only going to get 1 acre each. You understand? I'm not your pop. I'm not your daddy. I'm not your pop. I don't know you or none of that. I don't know you. I'm in Chicago. The word pop means something different. So I'm not your pop. I don't know who your pop is or who your soda is or who your soft drink is, but I'm not them. and what you want is irrelevant. I'm telling you history. So please stay on subject. I am not talking about what you want. I am talking about what the order was for the slow people in the back. Step your game up, Earl, because this has nothing to do with what you want. This, I'm reading the history, bro. And you're on emotions. I'm not talking emotions. I'm talking about the historical facts that people have been saying 40 acres in the mule, and that's incorrect. It's up to 40 acres. And we don't want 40 acres. We want cash. Because Earl, it's 40 million black Americans. How you going to give 40 million black Americans 40 acres? Where? So, listen. Get it together, bro. Because now, all these years later, it's impossible for you to get 40 acres. That's impossible. So, bro, make some sense. We want cash. We want cash because we cannot get 40 acres. 40 million black Americans cannot get 40 acres. And nobody's going to move off their land for you to have it. And I don't want 40 acres. I want cash. What the hell I'm going to do with 40 acres? I don't want 40 acres. I want cash. I buy my own land. I might not even want to live here. I might want to take my money, go to Africa. So I don't want land. I want the cash. I want the equivalent. And it's not 40 acres. Anyway. So that's incorrect history that people are repeating. That's why I'm coming over here to set the record straight. It's up to 40 acres. And the reason it was up to 40 acres because they wasn't sure how many people they got to give this to back in that time. But once they would have had to distribute it, they would have had to distribute it based on how many people owned the land and how much land it was given, because only so much land was given. It wasn't just 40 acres anywhere, okay? Go back and watch the video, and they describe it's from here to Florida. From this place right here to down here in Florida, this the land y'all can have and manage it yourself. And you can get up to 40 acres. But now all them people done had babies. So now it's cash. If they promise me 40 acres and I have 10 children, you think my 10 children are going to get 40 acres? No. Okay, come on, y'all. This is why I say woke is ridiculous and consciousness, because a lot of you sleepwalking. That's another story for another day. I'm saying all this to say what? I'm saying all this to say the Republican Party gave us that land. The Republican Party freed the slaves and promised them reparations for slavery. And if any party is supposed to pay reparations, it would definitely be the Republican Party, because Lincoln was a Republican. So the idea of these black cowards that's afraid to press the Republicans for reparations because you keep saying they ain't going to give it to you. You know what it reminds me of? Especially the brothers, all the black men that you see say don't ask for reparations because the Republicans ain't going to give it to you. You know who they like? You know what they like? These are the kind of men going to party and they see the finest woman in there and they don't push up on her because they think she's so fine, she's going to reject them or she already got a man. That's them kind of brothers. They see the Republicans and they scared. Man, ain't no need to even asking them. They ain't gonna give nothing. You know what I'm saying? A real wimp. When the government owe you something, we don't care who the president is. Trump, bump or lump. Run the bread. Where are the soldiers at? Where is the lions at? And the black race. What do you mean? You scared of Trump and the Republicans? Seriously? So y'all don't think if I bumped into Trump, I would say to his face, what's up with the reparations? You need to run the reparations. The Republicans gave it to us. Make it right. Run that bread. I wouldn't care nothing about him being Trump, or I don't care if it's Clinton, Trump, whoever. In this time where we're asking for reparations, that's where we're at. We're not back when we wasn't asking for it. We're now. You understand? In the 60s and the 70s, we didn't have social media. So we couldn't build a national movement. We couldn't build a national movement. The only way we was able to build a national movement in the day was through the church, through the Baptist and Methodist church. That's why Martin Luther King had to march on Washington, because he had the old school social media, the church. Right? Let's take a break, and then I'm going to break that down to you, how he was able to do all of that. Y'all do know that back in the 50s, 40s, 50s, 60s, when black people migrated to the North, you do know many of them lost contact with their relatives, couldn't find them. A lot of people lost their relatives. Because back in the 60s and the 70s, when I was growing up, if my uncle name was Oscar Stewart and he lived in Tennessee, you would call 411 in Tennessee and you say, I'm looking for Oscar Stewart. And they would look in the directory and find him and connect you to the number. Now, if you didn't know where Oscar was at, he's just gone. There is no social media. There's no cell phones. None of that. So there would have been no way to put together a national movement. The reason Martin Luther King could do it is because the phone directory could always find the church. So no matter where you was at, if you called 411, and it was another number if you was out of state. It was 411 in Illinois. You somewhere else another, like 611 or something like that. So because they were a part of the Baptist church, he was able to put a movement together through the churches. He was able to contact the Baptist church in New York, the Baptist church in Detroit, the Baptist church in St. Louis, the Baptist church. That's how he was able to do it, through the Baptist church and the Methodist church, because you can go to the directory and find them on the phone and have a connection so all the pastors could find each other. But for like we are now, there's no way to now in modern times, we would even know where we're at. We would not know who is for reparation and who's not. Okay? You understand what I'm saying? So now we can have bigger movements than we ever had. Like I'm talking to y'all from everywhere. Y'all from all over the place. There's no way I would have been able to find my brother Asiatic Supreme unless I bumped into him at an event or something. So back when I was coming up and outside pro-black in the late 70s and early 80s, everybody we knew was only from the park, Leimert Park in California, the Bongo Beach in Chicago, or some black event. That's the only way we could meet people. Other than that, we didn't know where nobody was at. And so when you talk in terms of reparations or any movement, now is the time. Now we could be more powerful than ever. And you think that with Trayvon. When the situation happened to Trayvon, everybody was on Twitter and everybody started posting Black Lives Matter. Then somebody stole the Black Lives Matter hashtag and came out with a movement and made it so when you say Black Lives Matter, now they think you represent the movement instead of the saying. So they hijacked Black Lives Matter. It was just a saying, and they turned it into a movement and then opened up an organization and killed Black Lives Matter because now they made it other than what it really was originally. Originally, it was a hashtag that you can hit so you can find everybody that's talking about Trayvon and all the others that had got killed. Eric Gardner, Mike Jones, and they hijacked it. But the hashtag, right, is history. Because the hashtag allowed us to hit the hashtag and find everybody that's talking about that issue. You understand? And that's what we got now. We have social media, we have these hashtags or these catchphrases. So, like, I can go to YouTube. As a matter of fact, I'll show you. I'll show you how we can be so powerful today. Watch this. I'm going to do it live for you. Watch this. Okay, I can go to YouTube. See, I'm on YouTube. And I can go to YouTube and I can type reparations. Right? Then I can search. When I search, look, it's going to take me to everything that say reparations. Then I can go to filters and I can say this week. Boom. Everybody that's talked about reparations this week, there they go. So I can find you now with a word. And this is how we could build. Look. Now, they might not be talking about the same reparations, but the word reparations, because you got the church talking reparations, but the word reparations pop up that allow me to find everybody that's talking about reparations. I can go back and I can hit today. I can hit last hour. And this will show you in the last hour, it's been nothing but religious people talking about it and people talking about repairing cars and stuff like that. But if I go back and I push today, it'll show me everybody that spoke on reparations today, including us. There we go. Right? There we go right there. You see? Are you learning? There we go. There we are talking about reparations. So this is what's giving us the power now to get things done. And what I want to do is come push the line to let the Republican Party know that they're the ones that gave us reparations. They're the ones that emancipated. They are the Emancipation Proclamation. They are the party that gave us reparations. And they are responsible to make sure that we get what was given to us by the Republican Party. This is for Donald Trump if you're watching. President Trump, your party gave us reparations. And your party is the most responsible for making sure that debt is paid. It's no thing where you get a break because you're supposed to be the big bad wolf and all that. No, we're not doing all that. You owe and pay. Trump don't need to hear from black Republicans. You see, Trump have to hear from the people. The people, the people, the people, the people. We don't wait on politicians. The Republican politicians have to also do what we tell them to do. You cannot wait on politicians to push what you want. The politicians are supposed to work for us. And if you send 50 black politicians to tell Trump to give us reparations, that's not as powerful as 20 million black Americans saying, give us reparations. The problem with reparations is black Americans, y'all ain't standing on nothing. You all are not pushing reparations, period. You're weak and you're not pushing reparations. As a matter of fact, you're so weak that black people got the nerve to make videos saying, we don't need to get no reparation, that's begging. You know why they say that? Because we not strong. We were strong, and they had to come outside and we say, you the dude was on talking crazy about reparations. They wouldn't do it. They can talk crazy about reparations and walk outside, nobody gonna say nothing. Why? Because we ain't standing on no business. Look when they killed George Floyd. You couldn't get on here and say you didn't care nothing about George Floyd and come outside because everybody was standing up for George Floyd, and so they had to be quiet. The reason that black Americans can speak against reparations, especially black men, is because the movement is weak. They're like, y'all weak. I can say whatever I want to say because the movement is weak. And nobody wants to get in a weak movement. But when the movement is strong, everybody want to get in. Nobody want to be the oddball. The movement is weak. Because they only going to say that in front of the weak that ain't weak in the movement. They ain't never say that in front of me. You would never in your life. For one, let's say you're a brother and you're against reparations and you hit me and say, Pharaoh, I want to debate reparations because I'm against it. You know what I tell you? I don't want to talk to you. So let me get this straight. You want me to come on with you talking against what we're going to get? Fool, go do that on your own. I'm not going to promote you. You a two-time loser. And when we get reparations, you're going to be the first one with your hand out. Y'all believe that any of these black Americans that ain't pushing reparations and talking against it, y'all believe that when we get reparations, they don't want their money? They're going to be the first ones. Man, I'm going to go get mine. We actually got it? Y'all actually got it? Because if we had a document that you had to sign saying that when we get reparations, you're going to forfeit yours, none of them would sign it. None of them would sign. None of them would sign it. We need something like this. So look, if you're a Black American and you can prove it, you can prove your lineage and show your relatives and trace your relatives back to slavery, and you decide you don't want to get reparations, please let me know. I'll send you a form right over, and you can sign your funds over to me. I'll be very happy to take it and split it with my family. Thank you very much. Okay, dead Ryan say he don't want this money. He want the land. Okay, goodbye. You ain't my type of person. And you got the funny faces, the weird stuff. Okay, thanks for letting me know. And I don't know if I should get rid of you totally. I kind of think so, because you ain't my type of person. I don't know. What y'all think? Should I get rid of him totally? Come back tomorrow. Let me think about it. You come back tomorrow. You come back tomorrow. Because nobody's playing with you. You understand? See, that's a person that when you say we need to go to the right, I don't want to go to the right, I want to go to the left. See? He can't stand on no business, and he's slow. He's slow. Because he can't even realize that everybody can't get no 40 acres. Also, you're going to get bad land. You're going to get land that ain't for no farming. You're going to get polluted land and all that. You understand? I don't want nobody giving me no land. Give me my money, I buy my own land. So that's a sucker move if you let somebody give you some land. What land? Where? Give me cash. Don't. That's a setup. Back then when they was going to give you the land, it was fine. But nowadays, if they give you land, it's going to be a con job. And everybody knows it. It's going to be some barren land. And then guess what? I'm going to show you why he's slow. Land where? Who going to give their land up to give it to you? So when people like that, they make it hard to get reparations because they be asking ridiculous demands. In order for us to get 40 acres on a mule, to get 40 acres, people would have to give up the land they got. Nobody's going to give up the land they got for you to get no land. So we need intelligent people to push for reparations, not social media weirdos. There's no way we can get land because there's no land for you to get, and nobody's should have to give up their land. Nobody should have to give up millions and millions and millions of acres of land. Just pay us. Just pay us. I don't want land. I want the money. So he's too slow to know if he get the land, get the money, he could go buy him some land. I don't want land. I want money. Mr. Slow Man, with the money you can buy land. So what are we doing? You know what I'm saying? Slow. How you say you want land, you don't want money when you can take the money and still get the land? Lord have mercy. Lord. Not only could you get the land, you get the money. You could buy some land here, some land there, a building here, a store there. He said he don't want the money. Now, Robert, here go another one. Same thing. Robert say, Pharaoh, I know we're promised reparation, but with this administration, it's going to be a hard sale. So let me get this straight. If you loan me $1,000, and I mean, you won't ask me for the $1,000 because it's going to be a hard sell to get you, for me, to get me to give you what you already owed. Is that what you're saying? Because you're saying it's a sale. And I didn't know it was a sale. I thought it was a debt owed. So what you're saying, Robert, is that because it's a debt owed and it's Trump, the debt's not owed. I'm confused. So you're saying that we should think how he think, and because he don't want to give us what we owe, then we should just wait? Is that what you're saying? Because I never know that if somebody owe you something, it matter. If the government owe you something, I never had the idea that you're not supposed to ask for what somebody owe you because it's a particular person in there. Is that what you're saying? What do you mean chance when somebody owe you something? So you're saying they don't, so you're saying don't worry about they owe us until we get somebody in there we think gonna pay what they owe you. Is that what you're saying? You really need to think about what you're saying. See, this is the bad information out there that Robert's putting out there. See, this is the problem. This is the problem. Because Robert don't want reparations. He's willing to wait. And then with some Democrats in there that don't want to give it to you, then what? Because we've had Democrats and they didn't give it to us. So we still waiting on what exactly, Robert? To ask for what we want? And that's how you're going to raise your children, Robert? To not go get what somebody owe them because, though, you can't go get what they owe you because this Mr. Johnson, he ain't going to give it to you? Okay, listen. Your mentality right now, you got to come back tomorrow. You got to come back tomorrow because you're no good for the community. You're bad for the community. Yeah, come back tomorrow. Let me delete all this. Yeah, you come back tomorrow because I don't want my people. That's weak. Okay? You sound weak. You sound weak. I don't deal with no weak brothers like that. Master ain't going to give it to us. I'm not dealing with that. You weak. You weak. Robert, stay out of reparation. Don't speak on it no more. You're not already made up your mind. Master not going to give you nothing. So just sit down. Let us go get it. Okay, just go sit down. Go sit down. Go sit down. They ain't let nobody down because they not the leaders. He ain't nobody. The leader's going to go tell Trump, I don't listen to Robert. You listen to me. Run the bread. We don't need Robert. We don't need Robert. We need those that are standing on something. Those that ain't standing on something, all we need is to shut them up. This is how it works. Those of us want it, we go to get it. Those talking against us, we shut them up. Because we can shut Robert up for sure. It's debatable if we're going to get the Republicans, but it's not debatable that we can shut Robert up and kick him out the movement and make sure he don't say nothing in this movement. We could do that part. We can silence all the losers that's speaking against what we're trying to get. We can do that so that we look strong. You only look strong when you present those on the same page. So if you got 1,000 brothers that want reparations, no, you got a group of 1,000 brothers, and 300 say they don't think we can get reparations, and 700 believe we can get it. You go with the 700. You don't bring the 300 because the 300 is going to make you look weak and going to tell the people that you demanded something, well, I don't know, and all that. So you go with the strong ones and you silence the weak ones. And if you ain't standing on this, shut up and get out the circle. Don't come to none of my live streams about reparations if you're not standing on it, period. Go somewhere else. Go find your kind. Go find a bunch of people that don't believe they can do nothing. Because with that type of mentality, my parents, we wouldn't have nothing. There wouldn't have been no civil rights. You still would have been riding on the back of the bus, listening to Robert. Everything we got it hard. Nobody gave us nothing. There was never no good guy to ask for our rights. What is he talking about? We never got nothing because somebody was going to listen to us. We got it because we forced them to listen. Trump going to do what we tell him to do, but we got people like Robert that don't want to tell him to do it. That's the problem. The problem is we got a lot of sellouts and cowards and losers and people that's letting them know, no, master, you ain't got to do what Pharaoh said. That's why. My parents come from Alabama. My mother used to have to ride on the bus and hold my uncle because if he bumped into a white person, they'll pull him off the bus and hurt him. We used to go to Alabama when I was a kid and drive through sundown areas, and we had to be at a hotel before dark. My whole childhood, we fought to go to schools and all that. Nobody said, y'all can go to these schools. We forced our way. So the idea that Trump gonna do what we tell him to do. The problem is you're not gonna tell him to do it. So Robert is saying, well, I ain't gonna even tell him to do it because I'm scared of him and he ain't gonna do it anyway. And if his grandparents was like him, he'd be still picking cotton. If Robert's ancestors was anything like him, we'd still be in slavery. We didn't get nowhere because it was no nice guy. That's a fact. When we went to school, you know how we was able to go to these schools in Chicago. Y'all think they just let us go to these schools? Mom. When my parents took me out of public school in the black neighborhood and sent me to a Lutheran school, a mixed school, why you think nobody messed with me? Because they was nice or because there was going to be consequences? You tell me. Did I come in there, I hope y'all don't mess with me? Or did I come in there like, pull it? You know what I'm saying? How I moved around in the 60s and the 70s in serious racial tension and they have a scar and no police ain't touched me or nothing like that. Because the police can tell what type of person you are when they pull you over. You understand? We ain't standing on nothing because we don't got no faith. And this just doesn't happen here. This happens everywhere. You young, you want to rap. Boom, you go make your couple songs. You post your song on YouTube, you get 300 views. You post your whole song on social media, you get 100 likes. All your friends and family, nobody repost your stuff. Nobody push your stuff. Everybody looking at you like you ain't gonna make it. Next thing you know, you're getting 1,000 views. Next thing you're making 30,000. Next thing you know, you're doing shows. Now here come everybody. Man, you changed up on me, Pharaoh. But when it looked like, when everybody wasn't cheering for you, where they was at. This happens with the black man too much. He got to sit back and wait till everybody else get the ball rolling before he step up. He don't want to get the ball rolling. He like, I don't think your rap career gonna make it. I don't think your business gonna make it. I don't think your marriage gonna make it. I don't know. And then when they make it, man, my man. So they'll leave us out here to push for reparations. And then when the ball start rolling, they'll all flip. That's right, give us reparations. Don't ever come to me talking about you don't think they're going to give it to you. Because I'm going to tell you straight up. If you ever go to the county jail or the prison with that, you're going to be fooled. If you ever go anywhere in this world with the attitude that you can't get what you're going to get because somebody bigger and badder than you, you're done. You're done. You're done. Anytime that you already given up and you don't believe you could get nothing done, you're done. Every black man that watched this, if you don't believe in reparations and you ain't pushing for reparations, you's a coward, you's a loser, and you in the way. We want you to sit down and be quiet. And the only reason you can speak against reparations, because we can't stand on business the way we really supposed to. And you read between the lines. That's why so many black men are comfortable going against the grain, because there ain't no repercussions for it. We're going to leave that like that. Ain't no repercussions for it. That's why. I'm going to just keep it $1 billion. Because you can get away with it, because we ain't pushing the line like that. Which we supposed to push the line, but we don't. They're going to always be weak until you push the line. When you come in there and you say you this and that, and they say you need to learn your lit, and if you don't learn your lit in 2, 5, 7 days, you're going to get a violation. You learn your lit. When you're in a situation where there is no negotiation, you do what you're told. You do what you're told. You're going to stand with the movement. The only reason brothers ain't standing with the movement because there ain't no penalties. It ain't no penalties for being a sellout or for being weak. I'm just telling you. I think I'm one of the few channels that just block you just for any week. I'm the only one I think standing on business. That's why my channel ain't blowing, because I don't just let anybody over here so I can get views. I don't do that. That's why I'm the underdog on the internet. I think I'm the hardest person on the internet. Harder than all these young brothers. They weak compared to me. I be shutting people down and kicking them out of here. They're like, nah, you got to let everybody say whatever they want to say. I ain't got to let you do nothing. You know what I'm saying? Who told you I got to let you do what? Just the fact you say I got to let you, you weak. Because what you mean I got to let you? You can go on your own channel and I can't stop you. They don't come back because I block them. I didn't block. I would have been had 50,000 subscribers. I'd be blocking them. I don't listen to nobody. I don't listen to that boy. That's a little boy. Why would I listen to him? I got way more than 1 million views. I deleted a video a couple weeks ago, had 1 million views by itself. I just deleted millions of views. I just deleted all my old stuff, a lot of it. Hold on, let me take a break. I deleted a whole bunch of stuff. Reparations, though, we're going to finish. If you're pushing reparations under a Democratic government, and then the government is headed by the Republicans, and they see you scared to push it, that's a bad look. Because then when the Democrats come, they're not going to do it either. They're going to see, oh, y'all some punks. So you can't be one way with one party and one way with the other party. You got to be the same way all the time. You understand? We can't, Trump, like scared of Trump. Trump ain't nobody. Trump, Elon, and all of them, they ain't nobody. They ain't nobody. They ain't nobody. Ain't no thing, well, I'm going to just be quiet now because the big bad Donald Trump. No, we ain't doing all that. But listen, I can't be mad at y'all over it because I understand that you young people, y'all don't know. That's what y'all got me for. Y'all got me because y'all don't know. But like I said, I was born in 1958. So by the time it got to 1963, I was 5 years old. So when I was 5 years old, I come up where people were standing on business and when it was up. So I come up under that. You understand? When they had to beg James Brown to tell us to stop. You understand? So I was born under that. I was born without people standing up for their rights. Okay? I was born in that. Where they tried to go too far. They tried to disrespect us. You understand? And so I already know. And everything y'all got today is because brothers didn't back down. And that's a fact. Because if they would have backed down then, it would have been over for us. We don't back down. We don't back down. So this whole idea that Trump is the boogeyman and all that, I don't know nothing about the boogeyman. I don't know. He's just another person to me. You know what I'm saying? And he could be talked to just like anybody else. I'll go talk to him about reparations. I can go talk to him. He ain't going to talk to me like he did Zelensky because it'll get ugly. I'm going to make sure I'm going to upstage him. Oh, it's going to get ugly. It'll get ugly if he tried to punk me like that. Him, Elon, any of them. If they tried to play with me like that, it'll get ugly. I wouldn't tolerate that from him. I wouldn't tolerate that. He's going to have to respect me. I'm going to respect him. As the president of the United States, I'm going to respect him. But respect goes two ways. I was never raised. My daddy never told me, don't let no man disrespect you unless he's somebody. I was told, don't let nobody disrespect you. I don't know. Come back tomorrow. I don't know. Matter of fact, don't come back at all. You know what I'm saying? Bye. Yeah, bye. I'll let you come back tomorrow, but go tell that to somebody else that want to hear that, bro. I don't want to hear that. Your name Big Perm. We don't expect you to do nothing. You on the internet call yourself Big Perm. Matter of fact, let me just get rid of you. Yeah, you got to go. Because you're over here with a bootleg name and all that. You know what I'm saying? Bro, go get a decent name. Come back like a strong black man. Ain't nobody listening to nobody call himself Big Perm over here with a fake bootleg name trying to talk real stuff with a fake. Boy, you talking to a real one. My real face, really me. And you over here Big Perm trying to go back and forth with me and your name Big Perm with a fake picture and stuff. I'm not going back and forth with no alias, no scary dude that's too scared to use their real identity. You might be a 9-year-old Czechoslovakian. I don't even know if you black. Bro, stop talking to me. Because in real life, you wouldn't be talking to me. You wouldn't be talking to me if we face to face and I'm pushing reparations. I guarantee you, you'll be like, that's right, that's right. That's what you'll be saying. Don't be coming on this internet doing something you ain't gonna do face to face when we having a conversation. You not gonna be talking to me crazy about this, because if I see you a weirdo, I'm gonna walk away anyway. So you ain't gonna even have a conversation with me if we ain't on the same page. I don't hang out with people on a different page. I try to find people on the same page so we can build. No army is built with people that don't want to fight. Armies are successful because it's built with soldiers, and the civilians stay home. So we soldiers for reparations. Now, if you're a civilian, stay home. Go cook or something. Go cut the grass or something. Water the flowers and let the G's handle this. You're not that. And it's just a shame we don't got no way for you to sign that you was weak so you don't get your money. It's a shame that so many brothers gonna make us go get the money and then they gonna jump in line. We live in the world, especially black people. The black man in America, we live in the world where we'll fight hard for something and nobody will help us. And then when it's told that we're gonna get it, they try to run in line in front of you. They'll be the first ones to line up for the reparations. The ones, I'm telling you, the ones that don't stand up for it will leave you out there to push for it because they non-believers. They don't believe you're going to get it, right? But then when you get it, they the first ones run to try to get the money. Just like I say, you could be out here, you're trying to start a business, nobody will support you. But your family that really love you, everybody else won't. When it pop off, everybody want to get in your car. Everybody wants you to buy them jewelry. Everybody wants to see what they, but when you're struggling and you're trying to get it going, nobody. Reparations is the same way. And so this ain't just for reparations. On the side note, if you out here and you're trying to start a business, ladies, you're trying to braid hair, or you trying to open a business, or you got some plan, you're going to go somewhere. Soon as you're here, if people don't support you, stay the hell away from them. Stay away from them. Stay away from them till you make it, and stay away from them after you make it. If they're not going to help you make it, lose them. Take their name out your phone and lose them. Don't go back around them after you had to work by yourself. Period. Because this is a problem, especially in the black community. One thing I can say about white men, they can find people to work with them more than we can. We can find people too, but less people than they can. And our women sometimes too. You can be with a woman and you got business plans and stuff. And you're trying to get your business plan off the ground to make something happen. And she might see somebody that's getting a little bit of money and might think, so she want to leave the young brother and go with this other brother. And then you pop off and you get more money than the person she ran over. Now she want to, I see you, what you do? You see? She want to come after the cake is baked. And that's what we got going on with reparations. We got people that's non-believers. They're afraid of the European power structure. They believe the European power structure is dominant. So they don't believe we're going to get reparations. A lot of black men don't believe we're going to get it. If they thought we were going to get it, they'd be all in. Anybody black American that you see that's not in reparations is for one reason. They don't believe it. Because if they thought any little bit that you was going to get that money, they'd be in. They'd be in. That's an absolute fact. That's an absolute fact. They'd be in. Straight up. They'd be in. 100%. So this is why I don't want to go to Africa. Because it's going to be the same thing when you go to Africa. You're going to go to Africa, it's going to be a bunch of non-believers, and they ain't going to accomplish nothing. All you did was jump out of the frying pan into the fire. You're going to go to Africa, and you're going to be in Africa with a bunch of Africans that do not believe they can rise up against the power structure, and you're going to be stuck. It ain't going to go nowhere because you want to think that it's going to be different people. It's going to be the same situation wherever you go. If you go to the Caribbean, if you go wherever, it's going to be the same situation. When it comes to going to Africa, Black Americans, you would do better to work with Africans that's over here. I'll repeat myself. Rather than trying to go to Africa and work with Africans in Africa, we should be working with Africans that's in America and making it pop. Facts. And the Africans in America, you should be working with the Black Americans that want to make it pop. Find the Black Americans that's upward and mobile. And if you're from Africa and you upward and mobile, or you're from the Caribbean and you upward, we should all be working together to get to where we're trying to get to as a people, as a brown colored people. That's a fact. You would do better doing that. Because most of the Africans that's in Europe and America, these are the go-getters. That's why they left. These are the go-getters. And that's why when the African brothers come over here, that's why they don't really want to mess with Black Americans, because they can't tell who's the go-getter and who's not. And a lot of times the go-getter's not available. So the African go-getter's not available. The Black American go-getter's not available. The only people that's available is losers. Whether they're Africans, Caribbean, or whatever, when you talk about Blacks, the only people that's always available is the losers. Everybody else busy. So the busy brothers and sisters got to find each other. And we can do more for Africa from here working with the Africans than we can going there. That's an absolute fact. One of the main things that we should be doing with reparations is investing in Africa. Import and export. Straight like that. So I had people come to me and say, oh, you stuck in America. You trying to get reparations in America. You should be trying to go to Africa. Fool, reparations can make it better when you go to Africa. See, people slow. If they pass reparations tomorrow, what would I do with my money to help the Black community? If I got my money for reparations tomorrow, I wouldn't do nothing with it. If you get some money, black man, an inheritance or whatever, don't do anything for 90 days. Sit still, because the money's going to have your mind. So if you get some money, don't make any decisions. You hear me, black man? I'm giving you knowledge. So if I got reparations right today, first off, I wouldn't have to do nothing for the black community because the whole black community would be getting money. Right? So if you think of me getting reparations and everybody being poor, you got the wrong. If black Americans get reparations, all the black Americans going to be getting reparations. So the question is, what are they going to do with their money? Because they're not going to need my money. Because I'm not going to be the only ones get reparations. So the question, when you said, the question was the wrong question. You said, if they pass reparations, what would you do with your money? It's going to be our money. You mean, what are we going to do with our money? So when you say your money, you're making it think like, I'm going to get reparations and then the rest of the people ain't going to get nothing. So the question wasn't legitimate. You mean, what are we going to do with our money? So what am I going to have to do for a bunch of black Americans that's getting reparations? So you're kind of asking me as if, you're thinking that I get it, and you're not thinking in terms of reparations is for descendants of slavery, American descendants of slavery, foundational black Americans. So I'm not getting money. We are getting money. Africans are cool. Africans are cool. Africans, let me explain something to you. I'm glad you said that, though. Africans are cool. Africans have tribalism in Africa. And because it's a lot of them, it's a problem. But black people all over the world have tribalism. We have the same tribalism here that they have in Africa, but it's not 1 billion of us, it's only 40 million. So if you come to Chicago, we have tribalism. You're going to be GD, BD, those is tribes. If you go to California, you're going to be Crip or Blood, Pyru. You're going to be this type of Crip. You ain't even going to be Crip. You're going to be this type of Crip. You might wear the light blue, the dark blue, the purple. So we're tribal in America. We have tribalism. When I was in the county jail, it was tribalism. The finball line up in the front, the 6 line in the back, and the finball is Blackstone, Four Corner Hustler, Travelers, Unknowns, Insane, Mafias. So we're tribal too. We're tribal. You're a Muslim, you're a Christian, you're a Rasta, you're a Hebrew, you're a Nation of Gods and Earth. What's the difference? What's the difference? Feel me? We tribal. The problem is that when you tribal and you all these different things, and I say, hold your phone up and you all got an iPhone, you're not tribal when it comes to your finances. Okay? You're not tribal when it comes to everybody got an iPhone. Everybody got to pay their light bill. Everybody got to buy gas for the car. Everybody got to buy food. This is where Black people got to look at their unity. You have to look at your unity economically. That's the only thing will unify you. Because you say you all this different stuff, but you go into Shell, you go into Mobile, you go into BP to buy gas. So you say you're different, but you're all doing the same thing. So you're not that different. Okay? Yeah, well, let me know when you get it started. Because people like you, black man, you say what we should do, but you never be doing it. So I can't listen to anything you're saying. Sound like just make believe. You're just saying anything. Go do it and let me know. And come back with your real name, because you just called black man. So you can't start nothing because you're too scared to have your real name. You're not even using your real identity. What you gonna start? You're trying to come to talk to me. My name Pharaoh with my real face and my real identity. You're over here, black man, anonymous, talking real stuff with a fake account. Sound like make-believe. I can't respect you till you come over and say, I'm starting a political party. I'm starting a Black Wall Street. You come over here, we should do this and we should do that. All right, show me. You a part of the we, right? All right, make it happen and call me back. Make it happen. Because I don't believe you. I don't believe you're going to do nothing. I believe you're just trying to sound smart over here. I don't believe you're going to do nothing. I don't believe you. All right, well, let me know. And come back with your real name, because you might be a 4'5" Russian. I don't even know if you're really black. I don't know if you're really black. You might be trolling. I don't know you. I know me. I know me, and I know what I'm doing. I'm pushing reparations. Check it out. So get with the program. I'm doing me. Pay Black Americans. I'm not doing we. That's French. It's all that we should this and we should that and we. No. It's nice to say it. But when we speak of we should be talking about something that we can do individually. We always jump over what we can do as individuals and start talking about what we can do as groups. As if I could work with somebody where in Detroit I don't even know. The only thing we can do as a we is a bunch of individual things so we're all on the same page. Now, we can do that, but all this make-believe stuff, it's just that. Because we don't work at the same times. We work all different type of hours. We got family, we got children, we got responsibility, and we don't even have a time of a day where we can have meetings. Because in this Babylon system, we don't have the same schedules. So even if you want to have meetings, you say, so we meet on Saturday, do like, well, I got to work Saturday. We meet on Sunday. No, Sunday, I got to be at church. Okay, well, we can meet Monday in the evening at 7. I work the night shift. Okay, we can meet Thursday. I'll drive truck. I'm not even in town. So that's just make-believe. It used to be a time most people work from 9 to 5. That day's been over. Everybody's on all different type of schedules. So it's impossible to get anything done unless you're willing to do it with like 3 people that could be on the same scale. You have to do small things and then let that grow. But as far as these grand big things, as far as a political party, what good is a political party with no votes? You're 13% of the population. How powerful is your political party going to be if it's only 13%? And in that political party, there's blacks going to still vote for Republicans and Democrats. So what you going to get, like 3%? This just sounds like make-believe stuff. Those that want to be with reparations, that's what I'm trying to get. Not no imaginary reparations group. Because the only way that we can quickly get something done is with reparations, is with this government giving us what our relatives work for. Our relatives already work for a high stake in this country. And if you're willing to let them keep all the hard work that your ancestors already did, that would already have you in a better situation, then you're lost. Because if a man takes billions or trillions of dollars from your race, how you going to catch him when he got your money? If a man robbed me for $1 million and just leave me with $1,000, how am I going to compete with him when he fight me with my money? Think about it. They're fighting us with our money. Not only the money they took from you from free labor, but the taxes they still taken from you. They used redlining to make sure you couldn't buy houses that they could, and they had the equity, and then they passed that money from them houses from generation to generation. I got white friends, auntie died, leave them 2 houses and all this. They wouldn't let you even get your GI Bill. And most white Americans, if you trace their ancestors, you're going to see a GI Bill in their family. And that's how they came up. Listen, there's hardly no white Americans that in their family that didn't come up with the GI Bill. The GI Bill is how they got their property and how they got equity in this country. They came over here poor from Europe. How did they get money? They got the tax dollars and put it together from everybody and gave it to them, but taxed everybody else. The Revolutionary War was over taxation without representation. What have Black Americans experienced? Taxation without representation. They did the same thing to us that they fought the British over. That's a fact. They've taxed us and took our money and invested it in themselves and put none of our tax dollars back. And then when we ask for money, they say we begging, but it's our money. It's our money. And they say we begging. You can't get them to do nothing, Kevin. You have to do it all on your own. Everything you have to do it on your own. And then all of us that's working on our own, then we get together. Basically. That's how it's done. Everybody go out here and work on their own, then unite. But if you can't unite on an ideology, how are you going to unite physically? If you can't even unite in your mind, how can you unite in your body? So if you can't even unite on the thought that we need reparations, how are you going to unite? We're struggling to get Black people to say that the reparations is due to them. So you think you can put people together like that can't even think the same way? So if you can't even start to think the same way, how you going to work the same way? So that's why people jump to conclusions, say we should work together, we should do all this. How you going to do all that when you can't even think the same way? You don't have to do no work. Can't even get you to think the same way. No work. All we want you to do is think the same way. All you got to do is go on your social media and say reparations now. The black man ain't posting reparations nowhere. He don't post it. He posts baby mamas arguing, gang members that just post. I be looking at my post. It'd be no post on reparations. None. None. There'd be no post on reparations. A lot of people over here doing all this talking. They ain't posting no reparations. Tell them to show you their social media where they've been standing on reparations. Some of the same brothers over here doing all this talking. Go to their social media. Go to their YouTube right now. They just talking. Once they get off here, they're not going to do nothing. If you was pushing reparations, I would know you just like I know Imra. I know Imra, but he's standing on reparations. Some of y'all, I see you typing, but I don't see your works. I don't see you. You look fraudulent to me. You look fraudulent. You look fraudulent. I'm not doing all that, bro. See, I'm talking and asking me all kind of distractions. So all I can do is try to motivate who I can motivate. Those of us that's with the program, we can make this grow. We don't need everybody. We just need you. And if you can get out here and you can push it, you don't got to post reparations all the time. Post it once a week. Post it once a week. Talk about it once a week. That ain't going to kill you. If you got a certain job or whatever, and you feel like posting it or put you in a bad situation, then get a fake account and post it. Just post it once a week or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You got to post it on social media, because social media is the way for them to see us, a lot of us. If I go out here and I talk outside Chicago about reparations, it ain't going to do no good unless they go post it. Other than that, it's like it never happened. You understand? And we have to learn how to work social media and make social media work in our benefit. Because when you post a lot on social media, then the news picks it up. Then Charlemagne the God picks it up. Then all the podcasters pick it up. It becomes a hot subject. And then you get everybody pick it up. But what we doing, you're talking about stupid ass Charleston White. You're talking about just dumb shit. You're repeating. That's the only thing we spread is dumb shit. You talk about everything that's counterproductive. You want to show they stopping us, OG. They doing this, OG. They messing us up, OG. I say post reparations. OG. They doing it. I say post reparations. I don't want to post reparations. I want to tell you about how they doing stuff. You know? That's what you want to talk about. I don't want to post reparations on G. I want to push reparations. I want to tell you how they doing stuff, how they stopping us. You understand? That's what you want to talk about. You don't want to be like, yeah, I'm on that. I'm on that. You just look at the comments of some of these brothers. They don't be like, yeah, I'm on that. I'm on that. They like all type of weirdo stuff. Because they ain't on it. That's why we got to be strong. Because a lot of times in the chat, they're not really here for the message or to do nothing. They just want to be seen. They want somebody to see them. So the chat's not real. Your social media following is not real. They own your stuff to be seen. If people looking at you, they come and jump on your light for people to see them. But as far as getting something done, it's only a few. The rest of them just want to be seen. They ain't standing on nothing. They just want to be seen. They'll say any old crazy stuff in the chat for somebody to see them. Then they get mad when I block them and get them out here because they're not over here for the conversation anyway. They're over here to be seen. So they get mad when I make it so they can't be seen because they ain't add nothing to the community. You understand? But if we want to get a movement going, you got to post it. You got to push it. Back in the day, we had to have signs. We had to dress a certain type of way. We had to do it in the music. But they ain't going to do it in the music nowadays until the movement is big. Then when the movement get big and they look on there and they keep saying reparations, when they go in the studio, they're going to be in their mind. So when they say something like participation and they need to rhyme with it, they're going to say reparations because now it gets into their psyche. But it ain't in their psyche. You talking about one dude and 20 girls popping balloons and just stuff like that. You can get a whole lot of y'all to watch somebody pop a balloons on 20 dudes or 20. You could get that. But when there's something serious, nothing. And then you got brothers out here, all their content is for them to get rich. None of their content is to benefit the community. So when it's content about reparations to benefit the community, you ain't going to see FYBJ Maine. You ain't going to see Cal Capone ask nothing about that. You ain't going to see none of these content creators have no discussions on reparations. They're going to have discussions on the beef between Cameron and Jim Jones. They're going to have, that's the type of stuff they're going to talk about. They're not going to talk about nothing that's going to benefit the community. Because all they trying to do is make money and they don't care. They just want their own money. Then when they go out here and it's a carjacking and they get taken, then they mad. They mad because of poverty done creeped up on them and the poor people done got them. So now he's saying, we need to stop running. We need to stop shooting each other. Right. They're not going to stop doing none of that if it ain't no money, if it's poverty everywhere. What's going to make them behave? We ain't got no money. We ain't got no economical development. You let them people rob us for our money. So what make you think the shorties ain't going to rob you for yours? You let the United States government rob you for your ancestors' money. Straight robbery. They gave you reparations. They gave you land and then unalived Lincoln and took it back. A lot of people don't know they actually took land back. Took your stuff and overpowered you and say ain't nothing you're going to do about it. Get your butt out here and sharecrop. The new slavery. And then you know the history, and then you sitting there tolerating somebody disrespecting your great-great-grandmother. And then they tell you, we ain't going to give you nothing. That was a long time ago. That's what they're going to tell you. They're going to tell you that's a long time ago. But then on St. Patrick's Day, they still honoring that they Irish. And they been to Ireland how long? You've been left Ireland, but you still celebrating St. Patrick's Day. And that was a long time ago when you was in Ireland. You ain't letting your culture go or nothing. But you're gonna take us down because ain't no man gonna give you your money back. So he gonna tell you, that was a long time ago we took y'all money. That was my great granddaddy took your money. I'm not giving you nothing. I know he passed it down to me, but I'm act like I don't know he passed it down. They act like they don't know where their money came from. But all their money come from being passed down. The Bank of America, the Chase banks, all that is based on free labor. If you start a factory and I start a factory and you got to pay your employees and I got free labor, 200 years later, my family going to be doing better than yours because I had free labor. So I stacked a lot of bread that I passed out. And you had to pay your employees and I drove you out of business because you couldn't compete. Because I could buy more stuff because I ain't got to pay nobody. So if I make $1,000, I could spend the whole $1,000 to recop. If you make $1,000, you got to pay $500. So you only got $500 to reinvest. I got $1,000. I buy, now I make $3,000. I could spend the whole $3,000. You still flipping around $500. I take over. I do the marketing. You go out of business. I take all your customers. 2-3 generations later, I'm Bank of America. I'm Chase Bank. I'm playing stupid. I don't know where the money came from. We worked hard. You blacks didn't work hard. You let a person have you in slavery, working from sun up to sundown and tell you lazy. And you get away with it because you're not unified. Because the new thing in the black community is to go against the grain. You've been programmed from slavery. So there's black men enjoy speaking against you. Anything you're trying to do, they're going to have black men jump on social media and say, reparations is stupid, blah, 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 blah. And he's going to be protected by the system. That's why he's so comfortable to go against his people, because there ain't no repercussions. And you go to a concert to see somebody with a whole bunch of jewelry on it, a whole bunch of money, and you gave them money for a ticket, and they don't provide no opportunity for you. They just take your money, go to the next city, take their money, go to the next city, take their money, and then they go show you how good they live, and they don't put no money back into none of these cities they tour in, not a dime. Not a dime. And then will take their money and come to your city and sleep with your women. Basically. Or sleep with your women and make a song about it. How they slept with your woman. Basically. You don't see none of these artists talk about reparations because they don't want the system to shut them down. They're talking about everything but what we need to be pushed. And they ain't going to push it until we get so hard that they got to push it because now they the eyeballs. Now they not popping no more. Because if you ain't pushing reparation, you're busted. And once we get that out there like that, that's when they'll change. Other than that, it ain't going to never change. You know what I'm saying? So I don't care if my book come out and all that, and they interviewing me, I'm going to ask them, where you stand on reparations? You're going to have to tell me something. Where you stand on reparations? Because I'm standing on business. I know mine and I know my people, and I'm standing up for my people. Now, if you ain't standing up for yours, that's between you and your ancestors. But me, I'm standing up for mine. Because I understand what they did to mine. And I'm trying to teach y'all what they did to yours. You have to take it serious. That's why you got to do some studying and some family. And you got to go down south and you got to go talk to some people. And you got to get some family history so you really know what really happened. You're supposed to have a personal connection for reparation. It's supposed to be personal to you. You like me. I look at my daddy's daddy and I want his money. It's my grandfather. He passed away before my daddy even had me from the stress. By the time my daddy had me, his mother and his father was gone. And he still tried to carry himself with some dignity and still tried to put a shirt and a tie on and a hat and tried to look like it was popping, even though he was struggling, even though he was oppressed, even though he couldn't ride on the front of the bus and couldn't go certain places. He still tried to carry himself like a man. I could look at the picture and see everything. What kind of man is you to let people mistreat your ancestors and treat y'all bad all that time, and when you finally get some space, you don't address it? This is why when they say it's a long time ago, imagine somebody take your money right now and they got you under oppression and you get 65, 70 and you pass away and you got sons and they got them under oppression and they get 60 or 70 and pass away. Then the great-grandson come and get a little freedom. Then the great-grandson say, where my great-granddaddy money? Then they say that's a long time ago. But the great-grandson is the first one that got free to ask for the money. So America's doing an injustice because they say it's a long time ago, but I challenge any American to tell me what other time could we have asked for it? Because we couldn't even ride on the front of the bus when I was a baby. We didn't get free until I was 12 years old. I was 12 years old before you was free. You was not free until 1970. I was born in 1958. When I was born, you was not free. So are they telling me my parents should have asked for reparations when they couldn't even ride on the front of the bus? So now that I got some air and I'm asking for reparations, now you want to say, well, that was a long time ago. But you mistreated us all that time where we couldn't ask for it. We didn't have the communication to ask for it. We didn't have the TV. You had the TV. You had the radio. So I challenge white America. When could we have asked for reparation as a group? CNN, CBS, ABC, have me on. And I bet you they can't answer none of these questions. And if you owe me, why should I listen to you? Why should I listen to you if you owe me? I determine who owe me. The person holding the debt can't decide. That's how y'all living, where the person that owe you decide if you're supposed to get it or not? No, it don't work like that. So now we finally get social media. We finally get some air where we can ask for what we're supposed to get. And now they won't say, oh, well, that was a long time ago. While they still paying the Jews. And when the Jewish people got from under Hitler, we were still oppressed. We were still sharecropping. They were still robbing us many years after World War II. After World War II was over, we were still oppressed. And the Jewish people, when the Jewish people got free, we were still oppressed. And the Jewish people got money and added to our oppression. They became oppressors too. That's why in the 60s, many of the shops they burned down was owned by Jewish people. They came right in the black community and they exploited us. I tell them all to their face, CBS, NBC, ABC, all of them. Now you don't think I should get reparations because your family oppressed us too. You owe us money too. The Jewish people owe us money too. CBS, NBC, all them, all their families owe us. Every white person that's saying that we're not supposed to get none, there's people in their family that owe us. Our money, the reason for immigration. Our money was the backbone for you being able to come to this country. Our work built your industry, built your railroads, built your steam engines, built your fabric industry with the cotton, and cotton was king. Cotton was your biggest moneymaker in American history. Facts. Free cotton built this country. That's a fact. And ain't nobody on CBS, NBC, or nothing can tell me nothing. Because I'm not going to listen to the person that, and it's not negotiable. And this is what I'll tell Trump and any of them. This ain't negotiable. Run the bread. It's not negotiable. It's not negotiable. And we know the history. And we know that cotton was king. King Cotton, the leader of all. What does that mean, the leader of all? Why did they call it King Cotton, and why did they say it's the leader of all? What does that mean? What does that mean? And this is a picture from back then. This ain't no new picture. What does that mean? The leader of all. And we picked the leader of all free, right? All right, then. All right, then. And your ancestors had to pick cotton from 5 in the morning till 8, 9 at night. They had to pick cotton. Matter of fact, they had to take their children out there with them. They had their children and everything out there. And I was able to go to Alabama all through the 60s. So I seen it. It wasn't gone when I was going down south. There was evidence of all of this. There's documentation of the brutality and the wickedness. It's all documented. It's all documented. It's all shown. And when I was on YouTube, they monetized me. But when I started pushing reparations, they demonetized me. Said I was pushing racism or something. But they never gave me a warning on YouTube. They just took away my advertisers. If I was pushing racism, why I didn't get no strikes for racism? Why was none of my channels not get a strike? Why none of my videos got a strike? If I was pushing hate, those videos should have got a strike. No. Those are the people that owe the money. So now they don't want to hear what I'm talking about. Now they don't want me to teach y'all. And they know my people ain't going to pay nothing. They ain't going to support me. So I'm out here on my own. I don't care. They know. Now I could talk about some clown stuff and my PayPal and all that stuff would be popping. But because I be talking about real stuff, I don't get it. Look at all this money we made though. Look how much money we made though. Just look at it. This is why they made us come to the north, because once so much cotton got up here, they went and took over the South and said, okay, we'll make cotton gins and all that. We need you up here because we don't got the machinery up here to process it, to ship it and all of that. And you look at the black men, they still trying to have suits on, son. They still trying to look halfway decent. But look at the guys back there with their hands in their pocket. Look at the white guys. And I don't know if you can see good or not, but look at the white guy all the way to the left, behind the guy rolling the bales. Do they not look like gangsters? Do they look like gangsters from gangster movies? Look at the white guys. The one with the white coat on is the worker. But the one on the right, on his right, and the one all the way on the left, those are gangsters. Tell me them ain't gangsters. The two on the outside, the two white gentlemen on the outside, tell me those are not gangsters. The one with the long coat on, what is he hiding? Because it's not cold. So why does he have a long coat on? Those are gangsters. Exploiting the poor whites. Those are gangsters. They're controlling the industry. They got the poor whites back in the city working for them too. But they would do like this. This is the white American that's getting the money. Then this is the poor white struggling. Then to make the poor white feel like they doing something, they keep the black under him. So the poor white think he's somebody because there's somebody under him. This is the game they use. They use the main thing they use our misfortune for is to keep their own people down and say, well, at least you're doing better than them. At least you're doing better than them. Yeah, you got that Tommy under there. That's why we need white America to join us in reparations. Because it's only the filthy rich don't want us to get it. Because they know if we get reparations, it's going to help the middle class white. They know that white men are going to be doing roofing, going to be doing fencing, going to be help fixing our houses. They know that the whole underclass will do better. Because that high class ain't going to come fix your fence. That high class not going to come fix your roof. They into banking and politics and stuff like that. They ain't into no hand-to-hand labor. They're not doing carpets and stuff like that. That's the struggling white families. Like my boy Uncle Mike doing heating and cooling, struggling, trying to make $1. They know that those people would do well. So that's the main reason they don't want to give us reparations, because they don't want to feed the wolves. They don't want to feed the bottom, black or white. Those ones, those Trumps and them Elon Musk, they don't care nothing about the middle class. You understand? They don't care nothing about the middle class. Somebody asking me, what if they don't? When you pushing the movement, you don't think about don't. You pushing the movement. So that's a ridiculous question. Another negative person. When you're pushing the movement, you're just pushing the movement. You're not thinking about the other side. The other side is irrelevant. The only thing that's relevant is you pushing the movement. You cannot push a movement and think about the others, the people that you're pushing it against. All you're thinking about is pushing it and getting what you want. Not getting what you want is not an option. And if you push that movement and that movement grow, that's how you get leverage. Because if that movement grow, now you got enough people to do a little boycotting, to do a little selective spending. And that's the key. If you look at movements we had, the civil rights movement only popped because they got enough people in it to shut down the buses and don't ride it, to shut down Walgreens, to shut down Woolworths. They got enough people to start shutting the business down. But first you have to grow the movement. If we have a huge reparation movement, we can do some moving and some shaking. So it's crazy now how brothers want us to boycott Target, but if they would have helped build a reparations movement, they could have came to the reparations movement to boycott Target. But because we're all scattered everywhere, that boycott's not going to go nowhere because you never built a movement. There's no movement. What movement? So now Trump get in there and start treating you dirty. Now you're trying to throw a movement together real quick. You should have had a movement with reparations. So you want to push the line now for some kind of equality, but where was you pushing for reparations, which is equality? Where is that? What's the preacher name that's telling everybody do 40 days against Target? Where was he on reparations? Why you didn't say do 40 days for reparations? Because he thought it was sweet until Trump got in there and started firing everybody and started kicking everybody out of Target. Now it's a panic. I'm just asking for a friend. It's too little too late. He wasn't making all that noise for reparation. He ain't saying hardly nothing for reparations. I think he said a couple of things, but he wasn't pushing reparations like he pushing don't shop at Target. And don't shop at Target for what? To get what? When he could have pushed that for reparations. I don't know. I think I posted him speaking on, the brother do speak on a lot of things, and I'm not saying he intentionally didn't know. I'm just saying I know he didn't know. I'm saying I know he dropped the ball. I know he's trying to build a movement when there was already a movement he could have built that would have already been ready to go to the right or to the left. And he didn't build it. He didn't build a movement, which I'll probably talk about. What's his name? I'll find out. I'll be forgetting his name. Bryant? I'll talk about it. Where was he? Why he didn't come to my aid when I've been pushing? Why he didn't come to Tyreek's aid when we was pushing reparations? Why he didn't come to Yvette Carnell? Why he didn't come to none of these people aid that's pushing reparations? Why he never stepped up with us? Why you leave us out here in the wilderness? Why he ain't interviewed Tyreek on reparations? Why he ain't interviewed Yvette on reparations? Why he ain't give reparation no big shine? Why he haven't been beating that drum? He gonna wait until they get in there. This is gonna be a wake-up call for a lot of y'all. A lot of y'all that voted for Trump gonna get fired from your job. Oh yeah. You're gonna get fired. You're gonna get fired. So many people that voted for Trump just lost their jobs. They can't believe it. They said, I voted for him. Yeah. You sure did. You voted for somebody and it's their last term and they don't need your vote no more. You ain't playing. Yeah. He in there now. So what you gonna do about it? They're gonna enrich themselves and he gonna step down. That's all. He don't need your vote. He don't care nothing about you. For what? Why would he? He can't run for re-election. So what you gonna get from him? Nothing. You ain't getting nothing from him. He's selling visas for $5 million to rich people to come over here and buy you out. Basically, breaking all kind of rules. But because he's a European, they let him get away with it. While y'all still hating on Barack Obama in front of these people You out here quick to disrespect a black one. I be seeing it. Out of all the politicians, the black man disrespect the one look most like him. They love everybody else. I be seeing it. And that's why we out here struggling for the reparations movement, trying to push the reparations movement where it need to be pushed. And the brothers and sisters that's pushing it the hardest ain't getting no shine. Yvette is. Tyreek is pushing it. At least he's pushing the lineage. You know what I'm saying? But the other people, they ain't getting no shine. They ain't getting no shine. And when I say no shine, I mean no shine. Let me give this sister a holler. Sister, original Black American. Let me give her some shine. What's her name? Miss Original Black American. Go follow Miss Original Black American on TikTok and tell her I sent you. Let's take a break and we'll finish. Right? Go follow the sister. Also, let me give a couple of other people some shout outs that is always pushing the line. They not getting no shine, no reputation or nothing, and they pushing it daily. Let me find this other sister. She go hard all the time, non-stop. The sister be going hard on reparations. Let me give her some shine. I mean, every week, almost every live she do, almost every video she do is about reparations. Of course, Yvette, you gotta love her. She stay on code. She stay on reparations. Hate her or love her, she stay on reparations. I respect that. This sister right here, go follow this sister right here. Sister Dominique DePrima. Dominique is reparations 24/7.
Planet winds up having a 4-level neck.
We're all in this together. KBLA Talk
24/7. She's reparations. A majority of her information is reparations. Seriously. Look, reparations update. Jim Crow and leisure, reparations conversation. Should I leave the Democratic Party? She always comes back to it constantly, right? Watch, I'm going to go down and you're going to see her come right back to it. Of course, she talks about a lot of different subjects, but she covers reparations a lot. And I repost her stuff quite often. I try not to repost it because if I reposted her, I'd be reposting her all the time. Okay, we're going a little ways before she gets back into it. She's talking about MAGA and all that stuff. Talking about the government. Kendrick. Because she knows she has, look, LA reparations chair. There she go, back on it. So anytime anything comes up about reparation, she's one of the people that covers all the stories. She don't miss any stories or updates on reparations. So go follow that sister. And her other conversations are excellent too. But this sister is definitely 100% reparations. She never eased up. And even in these other conversations, she's mentioning reparations. So go check her out and subscribe to her because she's on point. And her other conversations are really good. And her guest is off the chain. Her guest, look, BLM Grassroots Reparations Agenda. So go follow her. She's working hard. She's working real hard. You understand? She working real hard. You know, to push it. And we just got to keep pushing. So don't y'all stop pushing. Don't stop pushing. This is very, very important. There's no way we should be passing this down to our children and grandchildren. You know, the buck needs to stop here. How long are we gonna kick the bucket down the road? How long are we gonna kick the can down the road? The longer we let this, the more they're gonna say it was a long time ago. It wasn't a long time ago. Don't let them tell you it was a long time ago. That is a lie. It was yesterday. Okay? It was yesterday. 1865. 1865. That is not a long time ago. But they're running a game on you, trying to make you think it's ancient history, and it's not. I used to stay when we went to Alabama at my great-grandmother's house. This says 1865. Look at her birthday, 1876. Look, 1865. 11 years later, my grandmother was born, which means my great-grandmother, which means her mother was in slavery. This is my great-grandmother. This is my mother's grandmother. My mother's great-grandmother and great-grandfather was under slavery. You understand? Was under slavery. And anybody that's not on this, get rid of them. Don't let anybody come into your movement that's against your movement. Make them go find a movement. Don't let anybody come into your movement. Make them go find a movement. Don't come over here. Go find your own movement. Go find a movement, an anti-movement. I'm not giving you no shine to go against the grain. I don't know where you're gonna get it at. Go find somewhere to be anti. This is not, we don't do anti. We only pro over here. So if you're against reparations, let me know so I can get rid of you. I have no problem with it. And you can go find some more anti-reparations people, some like-minded people. What you over here for? This is not the place for you. This is not the place. And don't come over here talking about we, because you and I, if you're against reparations, you and I are not a we. If you're a Black American and you're not for reparations, you and I are not a we. You are them to me. Over here, it's us and you, them. Them lose those haters, those weak-minded people, the ones that was willing to pick cotton even when slavery is over. We still got them, step and fetch it type, and nothing ain't changed. So don't come over here if you're not for reparations, talk about we, because it sounds like French to me. And when I hear you with the we, I'm thinking parlez-vous français or something. I'm thinking you need to be somewhere eating a croissant. You know what I'm saying? You're talking to the wrong one. Well, you and I are not a we. So don't be talking about what we, because I'm going to get my reparations. And then you're going to be a we, because then you're going to run your butt over there and get it too. There's not one person that say we ain't going to get it that ain't going to come get it once we get it. They ain't going to help us get it. They going to say we not going to get it. But then when we fight and get it, are they going to say, well, I was against it. I didn't believe it was going to happen. So you can split my money with the people that believed it. No. And I'm not cut from a failure. So don't come over to me with failure because your family or whoever raised you taught you to be a failure. I grew up in the 60s. So I'm born on getting stuff. That's my DNA. And Black people have been fighting and getting what we want ever since we've been here. So for you to come and all of a sudden say we're not going to get what we want when we got what we want, that's the only reason you on this live. The only reason you're on this live because we got what we wanted. If it wasn't for us getting what we wanted, you wouldn't be on this live. There's no telling where you would be if we didn't get what we want. And then the same people that say we ain't going to get what we want going to go to church and talk about how powerful God is. And that God going to get you what you want. And then turn around. Now all of a sudden God ain't with us. Some of these same people talking about what we can't accomplish, go to church and talk about everything is possible with God. And then come over here, ain't nothing possible but us to pick cotton. You know what I'm saying? Phony. How you going to stand in front of your children and let your children hear you can't accomplish stuff? Well, son, Trump and them too powerful, son. We ain't going to be able to do nothing, son. Sometimes, son, you ain't going to be able to do nothing. Sometimes you got to roll over. No, they too powerful. They ain't going to do, you know. That's unbelievable. In 2025, you got people weaker than the black people in the 60s. Yeah. This generation is weaker than your ancestors from the 60s. By far. By far. You ain't got none of the strength they have. They was in a worse situation than you. And they stood up, and you in a better situation and sitting down. You standing on their backs with all their accomplishments, and you dropping the ball. And you think I respect you. That's to every last one of y'all that's talking against reparations. You're a disgrace. This is why I'm not liked on. This is why I'm not a favorite on social media. This is why I'm not liked for saying these things. Because to me, you're weak. Every last one of you that ain't standing up for reparations, to me, you are weak. 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 And a disgrace. You're a disgrace. I'm going to tell you straight up. Every last black American that don't want to stand up for reparations is a disgrace. As far as I'm concerned. A disgrace. And I would tell you, because if you're scared of reparations, you definitely ain't going to say nothing to me. You ain't going to say nothing. You're a disgrace. A 100% disgrace. $100. A total disgrace to your people. I kid you not. An embarrassment. An embarrassment. I don't even know how you look at yourself in the mirror. I just don't. This is why we got to teach our children history and stuff. So they won't be like that. Because this don't make no sense. The way some of us is acting. It don't make no sense at all. It's a total disgrace. Total. It's an embarrassment too for you to be on social media doing it on top of all that. It's a total embarrassment. Total. Seriously. In 2025, you ain't standing up for reparations. You saying what can't be accomplished and all that. It is a total disgrace. Total. A total disgrace. 100%. I'm going to tell you straight up. It's embarrassing too. It's embarrassing for people to see that. It's totally embarrassing. I kid you not. All we've been through. All we've been through. It just make you think, what happened? What happened to our people? How did you get so weak? How? One reason you weak, because you don't study history. You don't cherish your ancestors. You don't respect your ancestors. That's why. Because if you respected your ancestors, there is no way you wouldn't stand up for reparations. There's no way you would ever let it come out your mouth that it couldn't be done, that we couldn't get it. No way. There's no way that would come out your mouth. Impossible. When black people, this sister put her life on the line so you could get on the bus and ride wherever you want to ride, so you can get on the train, so you can get on the plane, put her life on the line. My mother's born and raised in Alabama, and she used to have to hold my uncle, her brother, so he wouldn't bump into nobody because they might pull him off the bus and hurt him. My mother went to school with the girls that was hurt in the bombing and killed in the bombing when they bombed the church down. My mother knew them girls. And this woman, I got black men saying, they ain't going to do this, they ain't going to do that. If they would have been here then, they would have said, they ain't going to let you sit down there. That's what they would have told. That's what they would have told Rosa Parks. They would have told her, ain't no need in going down there trying to sit on that bus like that. They ain't gonna let you. They ain't gonna let you sit on that bus. They ain't gonna let you sit on that bus. That's what you would have said. After all we've been through. When our people used to have to take a green book with them just to know what hotel they can go and all of that. And then my generation, when the OGs had to fight, my OGs 3, 4, 5, 6 year olds had to fight to go back and forth to school. and fought so we can go to school. And then I finally get in 7th, 8th grade. You think I didn't still stand on business? You think I turned the clock back? Look at me. I'm born in 1958. I went to 7th, 8th grade, and I went to 7th grade in 1970, right behind the 60s. It wasn't over because it's 1970. Do I look like anything in my body said anybody was going to tell me anything? After all the brothers and sisters older than me did all of that for me to be able to walk around, and I'm going to let somebody make me sit back down? When they don't tell you the facts about the brothers, and they don't teach you how they was riders and how they was fearless, they trying to teach you something about integration or something to degrade your own people when they fighting for the right to just live, and you want to call it integration because you let some media brainwash you to make you think she wanted to sit on the bus, because not because that's the only way to get to where she want to go. She just wanted to sit next to them. They telling you that when that was the only bus go that way. There was no other bus. There was no other bus. That's why I be kind of beefing with Claude Anderson, because he had a bus station. He trying to make y'all think black bus stations was everywhere. No, they wasn't. Okay, y'all had a little bus station in some little town. What that got to do with the whole America? Just like Black Wall Street. Black Wall Street ain't got nothing to do with the whole United States. That's Black Wall Street, a little place in Oklahoma. There's 30 or 40 riots happened to us before the 60s. I've read them before. I want to read them no more. Look it up. Look at all the race riots. They had a race riot after Joe Louis won a fight. They started trying to hurt us just because a black man won a fight. And so when you get to talking about folding and you too scared to get reparations and they ain't gonna do this and that, I don't like you. I don't want to be around you. And I don't want to be around you. I don't want to be around you. He said we got switches. Yeah, for each other. Yeah, you got switches. They got switches in Chicago, and guess who they using them on? They'll use them on you. Go get her. The switches ain't no good if your man ain't right. You have all switches in the world. You just be a bunch of cowards with switches. That's all. Then when that man roll on you, you're like, but sir, but sir, but sir. I ain't be trying to hear that. The black man in America, he's only violent towards another black man. To anybody else, he's a punk. And he's only violent to other gangs and stuff. He ain't violent to no revolutionaries where they'll get really hurt. Ain't no gangs really mess with militant brothers like that. They ain't no match. We'll chase y'all down the street butt naked. Y'all ain't that. A lot of y'all, when you go to penitentiary, you're sleeping with men. That's another story for another day. Y'all ain't no gangsters. Gangsters stand on business and uphold a race. You ain't bringing no money to the community. You ain't got no big time money going on like no real gangsters. Y'all goofies. Y'all ain't on nothing. I be having a lot of young brothers talking crazy to me. I be like, bruh, the only advantage you got over me is you willing to go to prison. But toe to toe with me, you wouldn't have a chance. You wouldn't have a chance. You ain't that. You just look like that because you're willing to go to prison. And the young brothers only look dangerous because they dumb and they willing to go to prison. But they not really no gorillas. Okay? They not really no gorillas. Don't send them to El Salvador. Them is our brothers. We want to reprogram them. You only known for hurting your own people. You ain't known them for nothing else. So yeah, we got brothers with switches that can't shoot. And the police get there and there's 76 shells on the ground. They hit dude twice. And they hit everybody but dude. I'm in the rack. I know. If you got a switch on a gun, you a lame. Because anybody know a short barrel cannot handle rapid fire. And the bullet's going to be going everywhere. You cannot control that. Right? You need a long barrel to guide the bullet. So you with a switch against a real G with just a regular pistol, you'll lose. Every day. You'll lose. Because I don't need 5 or 6. We don't need 5 or 6. We just need one. It ain't going to be all that. It ain't going to be all that. It ain't going to be all that. And you slow. By the time you try to do all that, pop, and you done. You know what I'm saying? Right there. Right there. You know what I'm saying? You out here playing. That shit's trash. But whatever. And as soon as they catch you, you go in there and you tell everything. But and you snitch. You the biggest, most dangerous dude in the world till you go to jail. Then you little Woody. But I went over there with him and I went over there. Then when you get back out of trouble for snitching, now you back a gangster. You know what I'm saying? You little Woody. That ain't about none of that. With his scary ass. How you gonna be a gangster and you can't even spell it? Whatever. We need reparations and we need to focus on building our community. We ain't trying to go war to nobody. We trying to build our community. We trying to get what's coming to us. MLK did it the right way. Economical. Boycotts. Malcolm didn't have the answers. Malcolm didn't know what he was doing. Malcolm was a revolutionary and ended up beefing with his own nation. Facts. Just like most revolutionaries. He talked like a revolutionary, but the main person he hated on was Elijah Muhammad. And when it came to Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm was a rat. Starred to CBS News. And Elijah's this and Elijah did that and Elijah did that. That's your revolutionary. Malcolm X. That ran to the European news and Elijah, and he's doing this and he's doing that, and then he did this and then he did that. Telling everything. Start singing like a bird. But that's y'all man. Whatever. I've been stopped messing with dude. Go watch this video right here. Malcolm X condemns Elijah. No, he didn't condemn him. He snitched on him. He ran to the Europeans singing like a bird. Singing like a bird. That's our hero. Oh no, he used to be my hero till I seen that video. When I seen that video, I dumped him. I dumped him like a girlfriend you found out was a prostitute. I dumped him quick. I said, what? Because we didn't have social media, so I didn't know he was running his mouth telling nation business. You know what I mean? I said, look at this right here. My hero. It kind of broke my heart. Dang, my hero. Why is you talking to Mike Wallace and CBS? Bro, you breaking all the rules. Unbelievable. We have to stand up for reparations and we have to unite. When I seen it, I couldn't believe it. I didn't see it till we got on social media. I think I seen it on Facebook or something. I had finally got on, and I seen that. I was like, I never knew that happened. It was disappointing. It was like pull my heart out of my chest. I said, what? The scene too, when he got off the airport, came from Mecca, and they said, well, it's like Mecca. He said, over in Mecca, they don't like Elijah. They'll do this to him. He ain't nothing new. But I said, he was talking to Mike Wallace. I said, bruh, what is we doing? So we need some unity for reparations, and we need to push it. You know what I'm saying? We need unity. We need unity, and we need to stay on one accord, and we need to make our voices loud. And we don't. That's all we have to do. All we have to do is build our voices. All we have to do is make sure when they go on social media, they see reparations. They can't escape it. If we do that, we'll get it. We have to make it where they cannot escape it. It has to be based on, it don't matter about election or nothing. We own that. We pushing that. And once we build that movement, now we can move in shape. And we have to eliminate people that's always trying to water it down. We want the money, period. So don't come talking about education. We don't want to hear that. I'm born in 1958. We're not going for that no more. We're not going for no sellouts, for them to give the sellouts the money to open up education for us and we never see a dime of it. Because that's all they trying to do. Anything other with direct cash payments is for the crooks in the black community to get up there and take the money. We've done that how many times? We ain't doing no Al Sharpton. I'm not saying Al a crook. I'm just not saying he ain't a crook. You got to determine what Al and Jesse Jackson used to do. They would complain, they would protest, money would be offered to us, and they would get up there and take it, and we would never see a dime. And they got paid to keep us quiet. They come out with a fake protest and then get paid, and then the protests go away. We're not doing that no more. They trying to do it now. Every state, they want to do a study. They want to do a study. They giving budgets of 50,000, 20,000 for these people to get paid to do a study. So they getting their reparations already doing the studies. They're making money doing the studies. I had a brother here in Chicago. He keep trying to get me to go down to some reparations meeting. And I ain't want to go. An older brother that I respect. Then he gonna get on the phone one day. He gonna try to disrespect me and say he don't like no on the couch revolutionary. And because he older and I respect him, I just don't talk to him no more like that because I didn't want to say, because he in a wheelchair. So I didn't want to say, well, we don't need no wheelchair revolutionary. Shut up if I push you down the stairs. I couldn't say all that. Because now you're trying to disrespect me. And then, you know, that ain't going to be no revolutionary stuff. Now you talking crazy. That's some street stuff. See what I'm saying? Now you trying to disrespect. So we don't need, now you're on a whole nother page. So I don't got no respect for the brother no more. Because, you know, dude, you know what I'm saying? I do you dirty, bro. Because he want me to go to all these meetings and stuff, and he older than me, and he been going to meetings forever. Ain't nothing happened. He a professional meeting goer. Every time I look up, he want to go to a meeting, try to pretend he doing some revolutionary work. And he been going to meetings since I was a shorty, and ain't nothing materialized. And now he want me to go to a meeting. And I'm like, bro, don't be disrespecting me for my fist meet your jaw and introduce himself. Bro, you know you talking to? I'm really that. You not that. I rant over you old brothers like that when I was a young revolutionary. I wasn't really honoring y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I'm older now and I'm kind of chilling out. But, bro, do you really know me? Bro, you don't even know me like that. Like, you not me, bro. You're not on this level. You a little boy, really. You older than me, but you're a little boy. You ain't on this, bro. I passed you in the early 80s. Now I'm older. I'm trying to chill. I'm trying to teach the young people and stuff like that. And he trying to talk crazy to me. I'm like, bro, you ain't nothing. You wasn't nothing to me in 1970, 1980, 82. Then you wasn't nothing. This me wouldn't have never listened to you, dude. You wasn't no revolutionary like me. You wasn't never no revolutionary like me. You was a professional meeting goer. All you did was go to meetings. And let me tell y'all something. You know why I don't go to meetings and I don't go to all of them? Because when I was this age and went to meetings, they kicked me out of all of them. I got kicked out of all the meetings because I stood up and said some real violent revolutionary stuff. And they was like, oh, no, brother, now you going too far. You know what I'm saying? They should kick me out. I ain't lying. They used to have these pro-black meetings where they talk about black people stand up. And I would go. And then when I would talk and say how it should be handled, everybody would be like, well, no, we ain't got to do all that. You going too far. For real, because I'll be talking crazy. I was ready to ride. And with all this. So I had to stop going to the meetings because they was pretending. It was fake meetings. They weren't really standing on what I'm standing on. They weren't standing on nothing. You can see how I was dressed. I was with action. The police and everybody used to talk to me like commanders in chief. Like the police would talk to me like another soldier, from soldier to soldier on two sides of the war. The police didn't like play with me like that. Nowhere. Never touched me, never. LA, Hawaii, Chicago, county jail, the glass house. Nobody play with me like that. Never. Never. So I ain't going to no meetings, listen to no black people talk about no reparations at no meeting. I don't even mess with state reparations. We want federal reparations. We don't want no state reparations where California get this much and then they give Chicago something and give you some crumbs, because with state reparations, brothers and sisters in Oklahoma not going to get nothing. Brothers and sisters in small cities not going to get nothing. So if Chicago give out reparations and the state of California give out reparations in certain places, what about brothers in smaller states? They ain't going to get nothing. Then everybody going to get a different price. Then they're going to say, we ain't got to give you reparations. We gave you something. They're going to give you some little bird food. Yet the United States government, the government condoned slavery. You cannot have slavery in America unless the government condoned it. So we want reparations from the United States government. And they the ones that got to go back to the banks. Listen, the United States government let these banks pay these slave plantations and let the cotton industry and stuff make money off us. So the United States government got to go back to them banks, got to go to them insurance companies and say, listen, we're going to put up some money, but y'all got to put up some money too. They got to go collect from the people that they allowed to have slaves and get that money and pay us. So all this, the government ain't getting no money. The government put up some money. Wells Fargo put up some money. Bank of America, Chase, and all the other companies, Brooks Brothers and all of them, the many companies that got billions, give the government half and the government got half because they condoned it, and pay us our money. And stop trying to talk stupid to me. And that's why they won't send me to talk about it. Now, we don't want no residual income for life. We want cash payment, okay? No, we want one-time cash payment. I don't want no residual payment for life, because what if you only live one day? All right? All right, come back later. Come back later. We reject your deposit, okay? You come back in 30 minutes. You go get your head right, and you come back in 30 minutes, okay? Go get your mind right. No, we want a one-time payment. We ain't want no residual shit. We didn't do no residual slavery. You got up every day and do slavery. I'm just saying. We want our money. The United States government was in on it. The United States government was in on slavery. Okay? And we want our money. All that other stuff, we ain't trying to hear none of that. The United States government was in on slavery. They participated in it. And we want them to pay us. There ain't no ifs, ands, and buts, or none of that. The United States government was in on it. And that's why the United States government declared it to be over. How can the United States government declare it's over unless the United States government was the ones letting it happen? And it was the United States government that unalived Lincoln and took all our wealth. Sherman is the one that came and made the announcement that slavery is over. That's the United States government. How can Sherman say slavery is over unless the government let it happen? How can the government stop something that they didn't allow to happen? Somebody tell me something. Somebody tell me something. How can the government stop something that they did not allow in the first place? All of these men that was in on stopping it are in the government. How can you stop something that you wasn't in on? Somebody tell me that part. How is it an order from the government on June 19th, 1965? How did Union Major General Gordon Granger issue this military order in Galveston, Texas, freeing the slaves unless the government allowed it to be slaves? How can they stop something? That means they allowed it, or they could have been stopped it. Make it make some sense. Did Illinois free the slaves? No. Did California free the slaves? No. Did New York free the slaves? No. The United States government freed the slaves. And the party of the United States government that freed the slaves was the Republican Party. Therefore, if Lincoln gave us land and they killed him and took it back, the Republicans are responsible for giving us our land back because they the ones gave it to us in the first place. And they got to finish what they started. So this idea we're supposed to ask the Democrats is ridiculous. We got everything from the Republicans. And the Republicans offered us 40 acres, up to 40 acres. And then it got all messed up. And they are the ones that gotta fix it. And it was not 40 acres in a mule. It was up to 40 acres in a mule. And the federal government is allowing slavery in the penitentiary system. Right? They're allowing slavery in the penitentiary system. Right now. The federal government. They're allowing businesses to go in there and make them, the United States government allowed them prisoners to go out there and fight them fires for 75 cents an hour. But they like, that's the government. Anything happens in the city, the state, or whatever happens in the United States, and the government is responsible for the whole United States. The government trumps the city, the county, and the state. The government trumps all of that. If anything happening foul in the city, the county, or the state, the government is responsible. Okay? The government is responsible. Period. And so then my question is, how many brothers gonna stand on reparations? Because the amount of smart brothers I see when we have this subject, once I log off, I don't see them. I only see them when I'm talking. And when I'm talking, I get a lot of smart people. But as soon as I log off, I don't see nobody pushing reparations. So you want to be smart or you want to be active? Because I don't be seeing no action. I be out here pushing it by myself. We have people that want to watch what we push. You got the viewers and you got the pushers. We got a lot of viewers, and respect to the viewers, but we don't have enough pushers. We don't have enough people that's pushing it. That's our problem. We don't have enough people pushing the line so that there's more information for the viewers. That's the problem. We need more information for the viewers, and we don't have it. That's our problem. I need people to help me push this. I'm pushing as hard as I can. We ain't been there that long on TikTok. We got 15,000 followers. We got 121,000 likes because I'm over there every day. I post some information on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Threads, every social media. I post reparations. I feed the public the information, galvanize the public. I don't just get up here talking. By the time I get over here talking, I've been working all day. You see all these videos, I have to chop these up. I have to edit these. I have to make these look good. They ain't all got red backgrounds because they like that. I edit that to make the page look good, to push the issue. I go and find this information to bring it to the public about reparations. And we get a lot of viewers, but we need more pushers. We need more leadership. And we need all these people that watch these to go and at least put reparations, if you just do it twice a month. If you post that, as much as you post WAC 100 and 607 No Punk, as much as you post that, as much as you post soon as somebody die, oh God, you love that. Oh God, y'all love when somebody die. Oh, rest in peace. Oh, rest in peace. Oh, rest in peace. But you don't care nothing about the living. That's not why MLK was assassinated. MLK was assassinated because he spoke against the Vietnam War. That's why he was assassinated. MLK was assassinated because he spoke about the Vietnam War. It had nothing to do with standing up for us. It had everything to do with the Vietnam War. And Malcolm X was assassinated because he went to Africa hanging out with a revolutionary, and they unalived Malcolm and they unalived Pinto all within the same week. Malcolm, that's why Malcolm went and got involved with international situations in Africa with Pinto. And that's when they got rid of Malcolm and got rid of Pinto. Had nothing to do with Elijah, had nothing to do with nothing going on in the United States. Okay? And MLK got eliminated for the same thing, getting involved with foreign affairs. If he would have just stayed domestic and just deal with what was in the United States and didn't let the KKK and them get to him, he would have been fine. Still, he had to protect himself from the KKK and stuff like that because they'll get you. But when you start looking at something that looking like government, it has nothing to do with civil rights. Nothing. It has something to do, you stepped your bounds and you went into something else. The United States government has no problems with you standing up for civil rights. So people will say, what you mean ain't got no problem? Why they ain't giving us nothing? Because if you find a fool, bump his head. Nobody ain't going to give you nothing if you don't want nothing. Because a closed mouth don't get fed. So they looking at Black Americans and say, you a sucker. But if you stand up, they'll be like, okay, you right here. Okay? You see what I'm saying? Go get her. If you stand up, they'll be like, you right here. They've always done that. Every time we stood up, they say, you right. Okay, here. So they only running over us because we letting them. Because we don't have no unity. And we don't have no unity because we're not the police. So we can't issue strength to keep everybody in line. If we could, you see what I'm saying? With them, they can issue strength to keep their people in line. But because we're under their police, and so many of us is snitches and talk, we can't issue the strength. So like when I went to high school, I went to a Lutheran high school, and it was whites and it was blacks. And the whites used to wear their jeans with holes in them and stuff like that. So the school wouldn't allow jeans. But the black girls and us, we used to crease our jeans and iron our jeans. And we the ones brought Jordache and all that stuff in. So we was wearing jeans like players. So we didn't like it. So we boycotted the lunchroom. And the only reason the boycott worked, because when we told you don't get no we boycott, don't get no lunch, people like me was standing up there by the lunch line. And if you tried to get in the lunch line, there was problems. Because when I was growing up, and it's not just because I'm black, this is the way it was. For your relatives that's my age, ask them. Ask your relatives my age, what will happen to you if you cross the picket line anywhere? Ford, Chevy, white picket line, ask them, what will happen if people was picketing a job for more wages? Ask them what would happen to you if you crossed the picket line. So they don't do that no more. Ask them. Go ask your relatives my age and older, 60 and 70. 50-year-olds don't know. Ask your relative, tell them this dude named Pharaoh said that when y'all was coming up in the 60s and in the 70s, you couldn't cross the picket line. And see what they tell you. What will happen to you if you cross the picket line? I'm telling you. What will happen to you if you went against the grain? And even the police would just look at you like, you probably shouldn't have crossed the picket line, sir. Because when the police used to go on strike, it was the same thing. You can't cross the picket line. If all the police say they want more money and you're a police and you try to cross the picket line, it's a problem. You couldn't cross the picket line. Under no circumstance. And so I'm trying to teach you young people to stick together so they won't run over y'all. And I'm really trying to teach the black man, instead of gangbanging, instead of hating each other, stick together. You understand? Go get her. Don't lose everything your pops stood up for, because your pops was a rider. Your daddy didn't play out here, none. I'm telling you. Your daddy and them didn't play. And listen, I wasn't even the rider. I'm 67. The brothers that allowed y'all to walk this street right now would be 69, 70, 71, 72, 73. Them the ones that made it so. I'm not the ones that made it so we could walk outside. I'm born in 1958. The brothers born in 1956, 55, 54, 53, 52. Them the ones did all the fighting. They was younger than Martin Luther King, but they wasn't for no. Oh, Lord. My OGs, I'm born in 58. My OGs born in 56, 57, 50, no, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52. They was not no joke. By the time I came up, they had cleared the way. I didn't have to do no fighting or nothing. I ain't gonna lie. I didn't have to do nothing. They had already set the record straight. And them is some of the greatest black men in Black American history that nobody talk about. I need to do a documentary on it. Some of the greatest black men in Black American history was born in 1956, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51. They was not a joke. They wasn't doing the Martin Luther King thing. Okay. They wasn't, that's where Fred Hampton and them, that group, they wasn't with it. That was the group that seen they killed Malcolm and killed Martin. And they're like, okay, we're going to do this a different way. That way don't work. So it wasn't me. All I had to do was toe the line. All I had to do was not let all they fighting. I couldn't go back and let them punk me back. I had to keep it how my OGs had it. And I was on that. So now my OGs cleared the way. So now when I come to school and I come to this Lutheran school, Society school, don't even play with me. The standard already been set. So my mentality is to keep my age group in line. Everybody that's my age, all the different races that's my age, they not going to play with me. They was on go. But the difference between your daddy is they was older, so they didn't have to deal with the smoke because they was still pretty much segregated. But those ones I'm talking about, I'm 58. 56, 55, 54, 53. This is after the Great Migration. And so let's say this is a school. And the blacks, they didn't move in by the whites. The blacks move here. The whites live here. The school is right here. So when the blacks come from the black neighborhood and go to the school, the white neighborhood is on the other side. So when they get out of school, the whites want to come up there and beat up the blacks after school. So the blacks would have to run home at first. But they start running home and getting more guys and coming back. And that was the birth of the gangs. The gangs were created fighting racial tension. That go for the Crips, the Bloods, the GDs, all of them was created out of fighting racial tension. This is when they start grouping up. Anybody will tell you that. Ask somebody in California. And out there, they was fighting them sailors was coming home and trying to intimidate black people. So that's how they formed. That's how gangs got formed, fighting over racial issues. Because they used to try to chase us home. Gage Park, Morgan Park, Finger, all the high schools in Chicago. Because it was like blacks would live on one side and whites would live on the other side. So there wasn't no integration. It was still segregated. It was never no integration. They be lying to y'all. There was never no integration. The school was either white or it turned black. How could you have integration and white flight? If you got integration, there is no white flight. It's blacks and whites living together. But everywhere blacks went, it was white flight. So if you white and I come here and you go, how is that integration? It's only integration if you stay. They never stayed. It wasn't, it might have been a couple people got their jaw integrated. You know what I'm saying? It was about it. There was no integration. They just I can't stand the way they do history. The Bloods was another gang before they came Bloods. Get your facts straight, Mayor. The Bloods was not Bloods. They was some other brothers. They was other small gangs, and they started fighting that. And those dudes fighting turned into gangs. You understand what I'm telling you, Mayor? When they was fighting, they was not Bloods. They was not Crips. They were not lynchmen. They were not Stones. They turned into that. And the fighting would unify them. They wasn't gangs at the time they was fighting. Those fights, those groups of boys turned into gangs. So it wasn't the GDs or the lynchmen or the Blackstone fighting. It was some brothers getting together fighting. And after fighting, they still clicking. And then they turned into gangs. Look it up. You ask any OG gang member, did they start out with racial tension? And they're going to tell you, yeah. So they wasn't gangs. So I'm glad you clarified that, Mayor MC. They was not gangs at that time. I remember sitting on the porch. We lived on 116th and Aberdeen, and my boy house was down towards the end. We were sitting. And I remember hearing a bunch of black dudes, and they had sticks and stuff, and then they went that way. And then after so long, I heard them again. They was come back. They said, yeah, and I hit them like that, and I hit them like that. Now, them dudes, they was young. But all them dudes end up gang members. But at the time I seen them go over there, they wasn't gang members yet. But that same group stayed together and became gangs. This is the history they don't teach, Mayor MC. They don't teach that. Like it wasn't, they didn't get together as gangs, they got together and then became gangs. But one of the things that unified them in violence was racial tension. Even to the point when they did become gangs, remember, Fred Hampton had the Blackstones and the Gangster Disciples and the Main 21. Remember, he had all the gangs united with the Black Panthers. That's why they had to get rid of him. The gangs start after Roots. No, the gangs was before Roots. The gangs was way before Roots. Roots came out. I was working at the factory. I was in 1977. The gangs was out in 1969. The gangs was out. Roots came out. I was already out of high school. I was working at the book factory and Roots came out, 1976. We had gangs. Like 4th or 5th grade, they had turned to gangs. We had gangs way before then. But you got to understand, we had gangs before California. We had Vice Lords and Blackstones way before Roots. We had a gang situation before I went to, that's why a lot of our parents took us out of public schools. After I got out of 6th grade, my mother didn't want me to go to public school because the gangs. So she sent me to a Lutheran school, 7th, 8th grade, and then in high school, trying to get away from the gangs. And because we was the baby boomers, the gangs kind of died off a little bit, right? So the gangs kind of died off from 72 to 76 because we was the baby boomers and it was too many of us and the gangs couldn't beat us because we was too many. But as we got to 76, when I graduated, that's when it went back up. That's when they switched to the El Rukins, right? And that's when Jeff Ford became Prince Malik and all of that. So it went crazy around 76, but it was always there. So when I was a little boy, I'm giving y'all history too. When I was a little boy, like 7th grade, 8th grade, like that, 9th grade, like that, when we used to go to neighborhoods, you had to read the walls. So I lived on 116th. If I went to Princeton Park, I got to read the walls. I got to see what gang is writing over there. Because here in Chicago, back in those days, when you were a little boy, you 6th, 7th grade, 8th grade, freshman. When you're walking through these neighborhoods, it's 2 or 3 y'all going to the store, and there might be 7 dudes just turn the corner and walk up on you. And they would surround us. And they would say, represent. And that means you had to represent that gang. But because you don't know what gang they is, you got to guess. So they say, like, represent. And you'd be like, Blackstone. And they'd be like, okay, yeah, Mighty Mighty Blackstone. And they walk out. But they say, represent. And you go, Blackstone. They're like, wrong, gangster. And they punch you up a little bit. They wouldn't hurt us, but they punch us up. So you had to read to know who over here. Oh, this the Cobra Stones over here. Oh, it's the Lynchman Suricide Gangsters over here. Oh, it's the Blackstones. You was a young 6th grader, 7th grader, 8th grader. We had to pay attention to what hood we in. So when they asked us to represent, we could say Blackstone. They're like, right, all righty, mighty. You know what I'm saying? But it all kind of died down because there was too many of us. It was too many. Even freshman initiation went away because when we went to school, it was 10 freshmen for every one senior because we was the boom of the baby boomers. So you got the baby boomers, but then you got the boom. Now, why I called the boom? Because the reason we was the boom is because Black families was having a lot of children. But everybody had a 1958 baby. So in my family, it's me and my sister. I'm 1958. I'm the older. In the other family, it's a 1958, but he the youngest. In this family, it's a 1958, but he in the middle. So they had all these children, but the most children everybody had, a lot of Black people had babies in 1958. So we outnumbered all the other age groups. So when I went to high school, we outnumbered the seniors. So when the seniors said freshman initiation, we was like, yeah, senior initiation. And we whooped them up, and then they canceled freshman initiation, and we never brought it back because we didn't want to pick on the freshmen as we went through. So we ended it. But gangs kind of died out because it was too many of us to recruit. But once Black folks stopped having so many babies, the gangs picked right back up. They still had a lot, but not as many as us. We outnumbered the gangs. So it kind of weaned out from 72 to 76, 77, 78, 79, it was up. It was up. The Black Panthers was cool. I got a Black Panther story. Me and my boy Fifi, rest in peace Fifi, Jefferson High. We was walking down 117th Street. And back then, like I said, we little boys. We like 7th grade, maybe 6th grade. We like 6th grade. So we walking, and you got to look out for the big boys. When they turn the corner, you got to run before they get up close to you. But we had got close to the cross street, and they turned the corner. And it's like, if they close enough to catch you, you just got to gangster it up. So they turned on us, like 6 of them. It's just me and him. So we, and we walked into them. We like in the 6th grade, and they like freshmen, 8th graders. They way older than us. So they surrounded us. So this one, he really looked mean. His name was Joker, because later they said that was Joker. He had one gold tooth. He was dark. He was way older than me. He was like, you got some money? I said, I got a little change. He stole on me. Boom, run it, he said. Hit me in my chest. Boom, I'm only in the 6th grade. He bigger than me. But it's the hood. So when he hit me in my chest, I did this. You gotta do something. You gotta be hard. Even if you scared, I'm scared, but it's like I did that. So he finna roll on me. All of a sudden, his brother come and he say, hey, what y'all doing to them? And he came over there, and the gang member say, that's David Green. He a Black Panther. I never forget, it was like 6 or 7 of them, and it's just this one brother. And they say, he a Black Panther. And he went over there and said, leave them alone. And he just walked off, and they left us alone. And that was my first experience with a Black Panther. I'm like, what is a Black Panther? I'm like, dang, Black Panthers run stuff. He walked over there by himself, and he told them, what y'all doing? Leave them alone. And just walked off, and they left. And I remember him whispering, he a Black Panther. And I never forgot that. I was like, oh, the Black Panthers. Oh, the Black Panthers is positive. The gangs are scared of the Black Panthers. It tripped me out. They left us alone, too. I never forget that. I think that had a lot. I was already militant, but that just added to it. After that, I liked the Black Panthers. I like the Black Panthers. They got power. He was by himself. It's like 6 or 7 of them. The way he talked to them, it was crazy. He said, what y'all doing to them? Leave them alone. I said, wow. And they left for one dude. And they said, he a Black Panther. And these was gangsters, like hardcore. They melted. They melted like butter. I said, whoa. But just another day in the hood. You know what I'm saying? We nervous, but we ain't scared. You know what I'm saying? We nervous, but we not scared. You know what made me tough growing up with gangs? Because the gangs would always be in the store. You know what made me have heart? Baseball cards and candy. Because I'm in the 4th grade. I'm in the 5th grade, and I need to go up here and get these novelators and these nut chews and these baseball cards. And the gangbangers is up there. Now, am I going to be scared of the gangbangers? I'm finna go get this candy. I'm finna go get this candy. So if I got to walk through these gangbangers and get some novelators, it's up. You know what I mean? So novelators and nut chews and shoestring licorice and all that made me hardcore because I got to go get this candy. You just going to have to do what you have to do. Y'all stand in front of the candy stuff. So it is what it is. I'm definitely coming back tomorrow and the next day and the next day. And that really toughened me up to go get candy. For real. It's either walk through the gangsters or you don't get no candy. Gangster smankster. So this is happening in the 4th grade, in the 5th grade, in the 6th grade. You know what I'm saying? So by the time I'm in the 7th grade, I'm in the dice game with the gangsters. My tailor-made suits on, clothes on, or tailor-made belt, and my Converse, and my Dickie, my khakis. We call them khakis. Now I'm in the dice game. Now I'm in the 7th grade. I'm like a grown man with the same OGs I used to be scared of. I'm in the dice game, little Stu gambling. Yeah, bet on the 8. Bet I hit the 8. They're like, look at this little nigga. I'm the reason you can come off the block. I'm like, I'm off the block now. I'm off the block now. I'm off the block now. Now what? Because now I'm rough. all that terrorism and stuff make you, we could fight. Boy, I ain't no little boy no more. I'm in the 7th grade, boy. I ain't no 5th grader no more. You know, I'm in the 7th grade now. He in the 9th grade, 10th grade, but I don't know. I don't care. Turn you into an animal. And it make you a revolutionary because you're so scared of the older black brothers that you ain't scared of the white police. The white police was a joke to me because they didn't look scary like Joker and Fat Sam and all them. They look scary. The police, ha! Get y'all ass out of here. Y'all not scary. The brothers is scary. Y'all not scary. And same for like racists, they wasn't scary. After walking through all the gorillas and lions in the hood, by the time I went to a Lutheran school, they not scary. So that's how they call me the Mad M, and I would go with the older white dudes. I'm a freshman and a junior, and they take me out in a white neighborhood, and I go in this a house full of white dudes. And I'd be the only black dude there. Well, sometimes it'd be two. It'd be the black dude, you know, the black dude that want to act white. And then it was me, the kind of niggery one. And I acting no white. You know what I'm saying? I'm old dummy. You know what I'm saying? And they like me more than the one that's cooning. I'm going to tell you the truth. They like me. They like the hood one. And you couldn't touch me. They're going to beat the brakes off you, the white dudes. You couldn't even look at me crazy. It's like rapper. I keep saying that. Like when I was coming up and I went to the Lutheran school and I hang out there, it was like I was the rapper. I was like the street dudes. They was mesmerized. Yeah. That's a little history. We're going to end this. I might come back. I think I'll come back and we'll just do some freestyle. Good to see you, World, Sound, and Power. The moral of the story, though, is stand up for reparations. Post it. Okay, y'all? It's 2025. Post reparations. Once a week if you can. Once a month. And you know how you repost TikTok or you repost some reparation stuff. Just do your little bit. I ain't saying you got to get on no soapbox, but just repost reparations a little bit, right? And know that reparations is a worldwide thing. Let me talk about that before I go. Reparations is worldwide. My brother Ija Van over here and the Jamaicans want reparations from Britain. So we shouldn't be beefing with other brothers and sisters from other places. We should be encouraging them to get the reparations where they at. So if you're a West African, get your reparations from the French and the British that did what they did. If you were Haitian, get your reparations from the French. If you're a Jamaican, get your reparations from the British. So we all in this together. We just have different people that owe us money. Okay? So don't do the tethered thing because y'all not doing that right. Saying it to Fat Joe is cool, but just to be just calling, you know, you can't be calling our brothers and sisters tethered. We should be encouraging them to get reparations. So say you're from West Africa and you come on my live and you say, why are you trying to get reparations? I'm going to say, brother, you from West Africa, you supposed to be trying to get reparations too. They stealing all your natural resources. I'm going to try to show the brother like, bro, don't worry about what I'm doing. They taking all your stuff too. Europe ain't got no chocolate. They taking Ghana's chocolate. So try to get the other brothers, for you Black Americans, for you foundational Black Americans, try to get the other brothers and sisters to push for reparations where they at. Because actually, all Black people damn near is owed reparation. Africa is owed reparation. The Caribbean is owed. They robbed they didn't just steal us, they also steal the natural resources from Africa. They robbing Africa blind. They owe the Congo reparations. They owe Nigeria. Look what Shell went and did in Nigeria and pumped all that oil and left all them oil spills all over Nigeria. So we can't be beefing. And for the brothers from African Caribbean, don't jump in our business like that. When you see we fighting the system over here, why would you come and align yourself with the American system that don't even like you? And that's one thing Trump going to be a wake-up call, because he's going to send a lot of Africans home. And now you're going to see you should have aligned with us, but you didn't. And now you're going to pay, because he's going to send you on. He's going to send you on. You're going on. A lot of Africans, you're going home. You're not only going home, you might be going anywhere. He might send you to Guantanamo anyway, but he's going to put you out. Because they dislike you more than anybody. That's why Trump pointed out the Haitians. But you didn't see that. He pointed out the Haitians. That's why they treated the Haitians the worst when they caught them at the border. That's why they're not even letting the Africans get halfway past Mexico. When they get halfway in the middle of Mexico, the Mexicans keeping them there. And they letting the European-looking Hispanics come across. They're not letting the black ones come across. They have to work hard to sneak to get over here. So you black people need to support each other's movement, but don't step on each other's movement. Don't step on Black American movement, because you're making Black Americans hate you. And that's not going to help you over here. Don't make Black Americans hate you because you in our business, minding our business in the United States. It's not your business. Your business is in the Caribbean. Your business is in Africa. And your numbers ain't big enough. So you don't need no type of xenophobia over here. It's stupid. You understand? It's stupid. You don't need that. You see what I'm saying? You put me in a bad situation. I got real family members that's from the Caribbean. Not by blood, but like real family. Like dudes I grew up with. Older Jamaicans and Trinidadians that pretty much raised me once I got out my parents' house. That brought me into knowledge. You know, I got brothers from the Caribbean. I hurt you over them. Like, seriously? Real talk. I got brothers from the Caribbean. If they call me and tell me they're having problems with like something in Chicago, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go use my resources to find out who this group is that's giving them problems. I'm going to try to talk to them first and say, listen, don't do that, just my man. But if they don't listen, I'm going to have to do them dirty. Because this my man's. And the fact that I come and tell you to stop and you don't want to listen, you don't honor me. And now I got, every time I get out, you'll pull me back in. I'm not active right now. I'm not pushing no buttons. I'm not even contacting anybody like that. I'm totally not in that. And when you get my book, you'll know what that is. And then that leads to another thing I want to teach y'all. Stop disrespecting older brothers. Stop. If an older brother disrespects you, then yeah. But stop calling brothers old. Stop calling other brothers out their name, older brothers. Young brothers, listen to me. Stop. You're putting yourself in a bad situation. You're talking to an older brother like there's a line. There's no line in the sand between you and them. When you're a young brother and you talk to me crazy, I got sons. I got nephews. I got friends that got sons. So you not thinking. We don't become old and separated. We become old with a lot of baby cubs. We got a lot of cubs. I know a lot of dudes. I know a lot of dudes' sons. My friends they sons gonna do whatever they daddy tell them to do. And so if a bunch of us is boys and we tight like family, our sons are gonna do whatever the kings tell them. So y'all brothers start using y'all head. Stop. Learn the streets. Learn what you're doing. Older brothers got an army of shorties, an army of them. So when you're a young brother and you want to talk crazy to an older brother, think about if somebody talk crazy to your daddy and your uncle and he tell you, what you going to do? You're going to ride out, right? You go to front of you and your uncle tell you, your favorite uncle tell you, man, over there in my neighborhood, them young boys keep messing with my car. What you going to do? What, I'll be over there Saturday. So stop thinking that age separate us from the community. No, age make us the community. I am the community. If I got daughters, they boyfriends will come see you. They baby daddies will come see you. Facts. All my baby girl got to do is be upset and tell them, man, they mess with my daddy. What? I'm just telling you. I'm not no threat to y'all. I'm just teaching y'all so y'all don't go out here and get yourself hurt playing with the older brothers and sisters. Don't do that. Start thinking. These people is connected to the streets. They got young family members. Stop thinking they just old and they just by themselves and they just old. It don't work like that. They more powerful than you. Think about yourself and think about you when you get 67. What, you ain't gonna be nothing? So you got two sons, and when you get 67, somebody young can run over you. Your son's gonna be cool with that, huh? Your sons in their 40s, your grandsons in their 20s, they're gonna let somebody talk crazy to you, right? You really believe that? So everything's connected, so stop. There's no split between the older generation of men and the younger generation. That's fake, y'all. There's no split. So it's not about me, it's about my offspring. It's about the cousins and the young nephews and stuff. I'm trying to give y'all a gang. I ain't trying to threaten y'all. I'm trying to teach y'all knowledge. I'm trying to teach y'all the knowledge, how you look at somebody else. I'm trying to put you in that position. You're never going to be where nobody can mess with you because you got young relatives. So you'll never be separated from the youth. How you going to have children and be separated from the youth? I'm confused. I got 3 sons and 3 daughters. How am I separated? How you separate me from that? That's crazy. And one more thing before I go. Don't curse yourself. Never disrespect old age. I repeat myself, young people. Listen to me. Never disrespect old age. Because when you disrespect old age, you're telling the universe you don't want to be old. You want to die. Duh. So why would you talk against old age when every day you're getting older? So if you talk like 65 ain't no good, you ain't gonna make it to 65, stupid. What the hell? Be like me. I love 100. I love people that's 100 years old because I want to live to 100. I would love people that's 200 if I knew some. I'm not finna talk crazy about being 85 and then die before I get 85. Come on, man. It's word, sound, and power. Watch what you say out your mouth. You're not going to see me say young people ain't no good and curse my young people. I'm so busy trying to curse y'all. I'm cursing my son, my grandson, my daughters. Well, I don't even know what I'm saying. I got 6 children. I'm trying. Y'all young people stupid. Y'all ain't gonna never be nothing. Who your children? Oops. No, y'all gonna be my bad. My bad. No, y'all go. I forgot about them. My bad. No, y'all gonna be everything. I'm tripping. Oh my soul. Think about it. Don't curse yourself. You know what I'm saying? Don't curse yourself. And don't act like you're gonna be no punk. Stop acting like you're gonna be a punk when you get my age. Stop acting like when you get my age, somebody can punk you. Because when you talk to me like you could do me like that, you don't understand that you got me fucked up. I'm just saying. My generation on down, we don't never change. We never become that sophisticated. We stay street. Ain't none of that. Ain't none of that. When you've been in the streets, you don't grow out of that. You don't get unstreet. If you was on dummy, if you was with the bullshit, you still with the bullshit. The only difference is you're a pro now. You used to be an amateur. Now you're a pro. So you young brothers, stop with that. Be positive with the older people so you could get older. If an older person talking crazy, say they talking crazy based on who they are, not based on their age. Don't say they old and talking crazy. They just talking crazy. If I meet a dude 69 talking crazy, it ain't because he's 69. He just a bitch. It ain't got nothing to do with his age. I'm just saying. All right? And support reparations 100%. We need reparations. You feel me? We need reparations, and we need reparations right now.